4 contestants enter, but only one will win. Welcome folks to Lifeline. Let the race begin.
And now, introducing tonight's hosts of Lifeline, here's Hungry Gorilla and Gruntiatus.
Thank you so much, JSR. And good evening, folks, and welcome to another exciting episode of Lifeline, the show where 4 contestants will try to beat a game they've never beaten before. They'll race to the finish line, taking notes and drawing maps along the way. But to help them out, our team of experts will be on deck with hints. Will they need these hints to finish? Operators are standing by. I'm Hungry Gorilla, a gaming enthusiast, and I've been streaming on Twitch for almost 7 years and play retro variety casually. I've been working through enjoying my physical game collection and occasionally making video game reviews over on YouTube. And I'm here with my wonderful co-host, Gruntiatus. How are you doing tonight, good sir?
Hey, I'm fantastic, and I hope you're doing well tonight too, Hungry. As mentioned, I'm Gruntiatus, and I've been streaming on Twitch for a little over 5 years now. Mostly known for speedrunning Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, little golf, and trying my hand at Kaizo Super Mario World ROM hacks. Lately, I've been enjoying casual playthroughs of some childhood favorites. And I should be able to beat Ocarina of Time pretty soon before taking part in a Super Smash TV speedrun tournament in March. You can usually find me somewhere in the retro category, which thankfully has given me the opportunity to know great people like everyone working on this show tonight and my amazing co host, Hungry Gorilla. Super excited though tonight to see if our panel of top tier gamers will breeze through this challenge solo, or will they take advantage of all the hint options available to them along the way? We'll find out soon enough. Thank you for having me, and good luck to our contestants.
Thanks so much. And I'd like to introduce to you, watching at home, our 4 wonderful contestants. From left to right, top to bottom, we'll start with a speedrunner with more than a decade of experience under his belt, skateman222. Skate has put up speedruns in many marathons, including GDQ, where he's run Earthbound, Shantae Half Genie Hero, and Ape Escape. The reigning champion of the most recent Mega Man 2 Glitchless tournament, he's a robot master at Variety Speedrunning. Case in point, he's a 3-time top 4 finisher in Big 20 races and was one of the first ever to break the sub 4-hour barrier for Earthbound. No stranger to mystery games, Skate has over 500 clears on howlongtobeat.com. Skate, it's a pleasure to have you here tonight. And how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic, man. I couldn't have written up a better intro to myself. So thank you. I'm excited to do this race.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Skateman, and I wish you the very best of luck. We tried to get you some competition that could hang when it comes to mystery games.
All right, in the top right, we have the next contestant up, CrystalSaver. This runner is no stranger to blind speedrunning, literally. Saber frequently pulls Snake's bandana down over his eyes to run such games as Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda, and Celeste without using those pesky eyeballs for help. But don't let his skill while blindfolded fool you, as he's even more skillful when he has his eyes at his disposal. He was the first to beat Legend of Zelda for NES Damageless. He's also a 2-time champion of the Zelda 1 Randomizer tournament. Webmaster of blindfoldedgaming.com, Saber has a finger on the pulse of blind speedrunning. But that said, will they be able to see it through to the end of our mystery game tonight? CrystalSaver, how you doing?
I'm doing really great. Thank you for having me on the show. I hope to do good, but as long as I get a good pair of eyeballs, I'm gonna try my best.
All right. Awesome, Saber. I wish you the very best of luck tonight.
In the lower left corner, we have MegaRetroMan. This self-proclaimed fledgling speedrunner holds multiple speedrun world records, as well as a couple of Guinness World Records for the highest score on Nintendo Campus Challenge 1991 and PowerFest 94. He's also the first person to have ever scored over 5 million points in Nintendo World Championships 1990, and is also the current world record holder for Ninja Warriors, which he ran at SGDQ 2022. But if you think that's the extent of his skill set, you'd be wrong. He's also a world-class Tetris player with a top 16 finish in the 2019 Classic Tetris World Championship. He's good with his thumbs, but can he clutch out the win tonight? Mega, it's great to have you with us. How are you?
Hey, Hungry. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here. This is very exciting. I'm very excited to do my very first blind run.
Well, good luck to you, and thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, and our fourth and final contestant is the ever cool Chill Dragoon. This impressive runner has a comprehensive clear list of over 700 games across a wide range of consoles and series, from Halo to Outrun to Banjo Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. Clearly no stranger to the danger of mystery games, Dragoon has also been known to dabble in single segment runs of the first 11 Mega Man games back to back to back. That may sound like a rough time for some, and Dragoon has hosted charity streams that raise more than triple their goal for Rough Start Rescue, which is a charity that has helped rescue and foster more than 15,000 dogs, cats, and other furry and feathered friends since 2010. Dragoon, how you tonight?
Doing okay. It's the best I can ask for.
Awesome. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing how you and these other three wonderful contestants fare this evening. Best of luck to all four of you.
Okay, in a few short moments, we're going to lock them all away in the Lifeline sound booth. Folks in the audience, once we put them in there, they'll no longer be able to hear us or see chat or the restream. They'll be in a vacuum. They can't hear each other, and we can't hear them. We won't know their thoughts, and we can't help them unless they ask. However, before we begin, JSR is going to tell our contestants just a tiny bit of what to expect going into today's game, so listen closely.
Thank you so much, Hungry and Grunt. Gentlemen, good luck tonight. I'm going to give you some free hints to get started. So if you've got something to take some notes down, get ready. First, some of the maps in this particular game can be a little confusing, but most of them aren't as complicated as they might seem at first. There are plenty of NPC characters to talk to that have helpful information about your mission, so don't be afraid to read what they have to say. However, when in doubt, the time it might take you to figure out the thing you need to do could be greater than the time it would take to use a hint, like your lifeline, and that is the name of the game. Your controls are pretty simple. Your D-pad will move you around, and you can equip various items to A and B. Think like Link's Awakening. If you hit select, you can see your inventory, and there are many other hidden items such as supplies and ammo hidden all over. So don't be shy about spying around in houses and stock rooms. If you get stuck and can't figure out how to progress, don't forget about those hints. And if you're looking for a freebie, I've got a couple for you. Very fitting to the title of this mystery game, there is a casino that you'll have to infiltrate at some point. Not all of us can be winners. I mean, they have those nice floors for a reason. So if you find that you've lost your shirt at the tables, don't panic. Just go see the cashier again, and their friends in England will wire you some spare cash. Your benefactors will also graciously provide you with a radar dish that displays your relative location on the map. This can prove useful to our more resourceful mappers and can even help the most confused agents regain their bearings. Oh, and I'll throw you one big freebie because I'm feeling kind of generous tonight. Save and quit will save your inventory, but resets your location to the spawn point. So this might be useful when it comes to stockpiling supplies for emissions. We can't have our agents bleeding out in the field, you know. All right, back to you, Gruntiatis and Hungry Gorilla.
Okay, JSR, thank you very much. If you wouldn't mind escorting our four lovely contestants into the sound booth. Once the race begins, they will no longer be able to hear us. When they need to use a hint, our hardworking staff behind the scenes will have everything well in hand. Once we have confirmation from you that we are ready to go, we'll go ahead and reveal the game to you folks. Okay. Are our contestants ready?
Grunt, our contestants are shaken, but they're not stirred, and operators are standing by.
Okay, folks, contestants, chat, let's play Lifeline in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
So today's game is James Bond 007, developed by Sapphire for the Game Boy and released in 1998. It was released just after the smash hit N64 title GoldenEye 007, and this top-down action RPG is a really fun game full of Bond charm and exploration. Grunt, have you tried this game out yet?
I have not played this, but I think everybody would have a better time watching your YouTube review of the game rather than hearing about my experience, anyways. It was really well done, like all of your videos, of course.
Well, that's very nice of you to say. And honestly, I'm really glad I played this one. I loved it, and I'm happy to be able to give out some hints.
Wait a second. Are you talking about those hints?
I sure am. Would you like to tell the folks at home about the 4 hints that these competitors will have at their disposal this evening?
Absolutely. All right. Each contestant will have at their disposal 4 separate hints that they can use at any time, with a few caveats. All right. If they need help, they may ask somebody. Each contestant has a friend standing by. If they use this hint, they can ask them anything they want, but they only have a minute before we'll cut them off. They may also ask for a 50-50. It's as simple as this. They ask our experts a question, and we'll give them 1 right answer and 1 wrong answer. It's up to them to decide which one to use. Next, they may poll the chat. This is a simple 1-minute poll of chat where we'll take the answers you folks at home give us, and then we'll relay them to the runner. Now, they also have a 4th hint, the namesake of our show, the lifeline. Okay, this is the most powerful and the most deadly hint. Each runner may use their lifeline at any given time, but it comes at a big price. They'll ask us anything they want, any single question they'd like, and we'll have to answer it straight up. However, they'll have to sit in our penalty box for exactly 2 minutes. They have to put their controller down and wait. Any movement at all will restart the clock. Okay, so this hint is very powerful, but very risky as well. So it might be prudent to save it for last, or, perhaps this sort of advantage might be a huge head start early on. Will those 2 minutes leave them shaken and not stirred?
I guess only time will tell. Thank you so much, Gruntiatus, and all the best, of course, to our runners this evening. And thank you so much to everyone who has already piled in for the very beginning of this, hopefully, very exciting race. And as someone who just played through this recently, there's an awful lot of stuff to run through for this particular adventure, including some sleuthing, lots of NPC discussion, and tons of item finding. So I'm looking forward to seeing how everybody here is going to do this evening.
Yeah, I've watched a little bit, seen a few of the the ways this game can treat somebody, and I am very intrigued to see how these runners are going to handle it tonight. Really looking forward to this one. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I kind of appreciate how this game kind of diverts from the regular kind of James Bond well-known lore out there in the world of video games. This one has kind of flown under the radar quite a lot in terms of its discoverability, and it's neat to see something that is so different from everything else that's been released from this particular franchise. You still do get to use, your fair share of weapons and stuff, but it's a completely different feeling game than a first-person perspective game where you're running around with a waggly arm trying to beat down bad guys and complete your missions.
Oh, and I mean, can we talk about the arms on James here? Just the look of the sprite, I love it. It almost reminds me of Battle Kid in a way that's kind of that off-center little quirky face. The animations are so awesome in this.
Definitely reminds me. I think that guy's name is Timmy in Battle Kid, if I'm remembering correctly. And truth be told, I think I spent about the first 10 minutes of this game just dancing with the punch and block moves because they were so funny to me.
Yeah.
For such a simple looking sprite, there's a lot of charm in it, which you would expect from James Bond.
Well, and the Game Boy in general too. It's amazing how much they can get out of something like this, where a lot of the tiles might be reused, but if you notice one small little difference, maybe it's important, maybe it's not, but we can kind of see players they're doing the classic. I'm gonna check everything and everywhere. Let's make sure no stone is left unturned here. So
Yeah, I think that
very
that's a
good.
it's a pretty important thing in this game, and it actually does a really good job of teaching you that really early, because it's not the kind of game where it seems like there's much that stands out from the background. You're not really looking at a room and saying, oh, I'm going to check this spontaneous chest that is very obviously there in the corner. You kind of have to check everything, and they kind of give you a good lesson there with the beds and the med kits. There's one fellow in one of these houses here in China that directs you to make sure that you're searching things. So it's a good lesson to learn early, which I really appreciated when I played it, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because when it's not a standard going from left of the screen to the right of the screen platformer, you have just so many items that can be used and hilarious punching stances to try out. I mean, you want to make sure that you're doing everything as much or finding as much as you can before you progress on. So, but I mean, we also have a time limit to tonight as well. So, how much do you battle? How much do you search? Do you try just run ahead? Really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out.
Yeah, totally. And it looks like Chill Dragoon is actually quite a ways ahead so far. Just beat down on the first boss and is now kind of heading out toward the end of the first area here. So a clear leader in this early little bit of the race so far.
Well, I mean, the enemies are foolish enough to bring a gun to a hilarious punch fight. I mean, they didn't stand a chance here.
Well said. Yeah, and in terms of the availability of items and things throughout the game, it does get quite interesting because you've got a lot at your disposal depending on, of course, how you want to go about playing. And it's wonderful to kind of see how much diversity and choice that they give you in terms of how you approach different problems. So right now, most people are still dealing with just the good old punch and block, but there are quite a lot of different weapons and other things that they'll find later on as the game unfolds that will be pretty cool to see. And I'm curious to see how differently everybody's going to play different enemy types, as well as figuring out how to kind of defend against them as well, because there's tons of stuff on the defense end, surprisingly.
Yeah, that was one thing I noticed, and of course we don't want to say too much too soon or anything, but they did a really good job of just making sure that you are thoroughly engaged at all times with any item, any area, and thankfully the runner should have that notepad ready, because few areas look fairly straightforward and a few not so much too. So there should be some good opportunities for maybe, like, say, where Chill Dragoon had taken the early start, maybe gets a little tripped up where somebody else takes those careful notes, gets to move on. So it is far from over yet, that's for sure.
Oh, definitely. And it's pretty neat too in terms of how the game unfolds. It's kind of one of those adventures where it's kind of segmented out, so it'll be neat to see how well people kind of approach the lack of carryover between different areas too. And I don't know if it's saying too much too early, but you'll often find that you don't have a lot of the things that you left the last area with sometimes. But I think the thing I'm looking the most forward to here are some of the really cool character cameos, and whether they're friendly or foe. I'm looking forward to seeing how they deal with all of them as well.
Well, I'm just gonna point out I'm really I guess just drawn to the color palette in the top left. So I've been kind of watching Skateman a little bit more, but you've diverted my attention down to Chill Dragoon. It's looking pretty good. Looks like Saver is reaching about the point where you mentioned where Chill Dragoon kind of pulled ahead there. So
Yeah, it seems like Chill Dragoon still has quite a bit of a lead there, but I see some folks in chat digging the music, and I'll say that the soundtrack in this game is phenomenal. They do so many nods, even if they're just little nods once in a while, to all of that really beloved James Bond music. So get ready for a good ear fest over there. It'll be a feast for the ears, if I may put it that way, because every single track in this game is amazing.
And it.
I'm really glad that I left all of the singing to you.
It's in our contracts. Yeah.
So I was going to ask, have you played any James Bond related stuff in the past, by the way? Or is this something that you might want to play someday to completion?
Actually, I have kind of been collecting a few different new systems, and I did score a bunch of Game Boy games. Right now, more or less playing through a few that I've played in the past just to relive some good memories, some golf games and that. But I do have this in my list to play. I think the first 007 game would have been GoldenEye, and then there was one on the GameCube that I can't remember, but it was really fun. So any James Bond game I've played has actually been a fun experience for sure. So, and the little bit that I saw, I think I'll probably end up playing this one. Will I complete it? Will I just try it for an afternoon? We'll have to see. But
Yeah, hopefully when you do get around to it, you'll like it quite a bit. And it also looks, folks, like Chill Dragoon has pulled ahead to the second mission already. So busting into a brand new place and starting the next leg here.
getting a little word about a prisoner and a scheme to the west. Let's see how that plays out. Not sure if they needed to punch that person, but they did, and they got a delicious sugar cube as a reward by the looks of it. Moving on.
And what's nice too is sometimes you're walking around and you don't really know if anybody's your friend until it's too late. So you said, I wonder if they should have punched that guy. He had a gun and sunglasses, which automatically would imply he's an enemy. But there are some folks sometimes you run into that are your buddies and you want to talk to them. But yeah, I shoot first, ask questions later in this game, and usually I felt really bad after the fact.
Well, if any police training movie scene has taught me anything, it's obvious good people are, old ladies and people with strollers, and bad guys, yeah, they're wearing trench coats, they have hats on and sunglasses with, if the gun's there, you got to shoot first, right?
Oh, totally. Yeah, and I see chill dragoons just walking by that lake with all of those nice animals having a nice bath. We're in a very hot part of the world, and I can't recall whereabouts that was actually supposed to be in the game, like where we've just ventured off to. But everybody else, I think, is still wrapping up the China section.
I know it's not much, but even just the little details, like you see the little fly buzzing around from time to time and stuff like that. It's never ceased to amaze me how much they could put into tiny games. I remember there was a Super Mario Land, one of them where you were Wario, and he had the jetpack hat and stuff like that. Just so much fun to be had, and like for an event like this where it's only 4 hours, it was perfect for car rides. If you're going for a 3-4 hour car ride somewhere, the Game Boy was just amazing because who wants to have conversations in a car for 4 hours when you could be playing a video game?
I agree, except in my case, my parents were very stingy on the batteries, and I was not really allowed to take my Game Boy out of the house too far. So I had an AC adapter and picked the best window in the house and just hammered away at Link's Awakening pretty much day in, day out until I got to the seventh labyrinth and then didn't play it again for a decade. So I eventually came back and finished it, but I found the Game Boy library is one of the most impressive to me in terms of the diversity there, and then also how much content there is in some of these games too. I know a lot of people write off the Game Boy as, oh, it's a little cartridge and therefore a little adventure. But truth be told, there are quite a lot of really excellent adventures to be had there. And this one, for me anyway, was a very surprising one that I was not expecting to be as good as it is. It has no right being as good as it is for a first time playthrough. And it's really cool that these folks are getting to play it in race mode, of course, but even just for a casual playthrough of the game, it's worth playing, in my humble opinion. I think it's definitely something everyone should pick up and play at some point because it's fun.
And yeah, you're speaking about the diversity of some of the games. I'm trying to remember. All I could think of was Bubsy, but that is not it. I've been seeing few people play Bubsy lately. Um, but yeah, titles you wouldn't even expect to see on the Game Boy, like that are Super Nintendo ports or Sega Genesis, even on some of them. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's always fun. And being the younger brother, sometimes the Game Boy was the only option while something else was being used too.
It looks like we have a couple of runners now that are in the intermediary visit in London prior to heading out as well, out to Kurdistan. So it looks like it's just MegaRetroMan who is still in China, and Skateman and CrystalSaver have moved on.
All right, and yeah, Skateman is making sure to punch everything in that office, and I'm loving the animation.
It's actually very funny because the control in order to speak to people and search is either your punch or your block, in this case, what most people still have equipped here. So it looks like you're just going around bopping everybody while you're trying to search, which I think is hilarious.
Who doesn't love to start a good conversation with a big punch to the shoulder blades? Great icebreaker.
Yeah, totally. So the main goals of this part are really trying to do a lot of how would I put it? It's almost like fetch questing. So, quite a few of these little spots involve talking to somebody, finding out a piece of information, and then going to find another item, and then so on and so forth to be able to progress the mission. So, most folks here are looking for essentially an item, like an item chain to be fulfilled. And you can see here, for example, Chill Dragoon, who's still in the lead, has found the machete and busting out the chopping abilities of that in order to get through some of the local plant life to open up new pathways. So, in many ways, a lot of these areas are also barred from being able to move forward until you find an item to get you through. And the machete is the really key thing that serves not only as something to open up the world a bit more here, but also as your first real ranged weapon that's a little bit beyond a stubby punch.
Well, just kind of take notice to the health bar as well. So since you played through this, and I know it's small, so that usually comes in, or it's gonna go down in chunks. But did you find the health to be fair in this game, or is that something that could really be a concern for everybody?
I think it's a pretty big concern, especially in some areas where you'll find that the enemies will scale up in difficulty quite a bit. So, how they are coming at you will change a lot. When people are just punching you back, it's not so bad, but that health bar doesn't last very long as you get further into the game and people kind of escalate what kinds of weaponry they have at their disposal. So, I found at least having a med kit or five really helped in order to be able to heal up regularly, and having that little bit of a health cushion was very beneficial. And the way that some of these item drops work in this game, if you're not familiar, you can find them by searching, or they can drop from attacking enemies. Those little sugar cubes that Gruntiatis mentioned a while ago can contain any random item inside, whether that's ammo, whether it's weaponry, or heals as well. So there's quite a lot there. Some of it's a little bit randomized, of course, especially the enemy drops, but if you know where to find items in a level, if you die, you can always go back and pick them up again.
All right. And Chill Dragoon tries to return the machete, but that person says, "Hey, it's on the house. Just use it against the evildoers here." So that's got to be good news because he is loving hacking everything apart in sight with that thing right now. And MegaRetroMan had just finished up one of the first bosses, punching away, making sure nothing is no stone left unturned over there, but should be moving on fairly soon, I would think.
Yeah, and we can see the scenic animal bathing up on Skateman's stream as well as over on CrystalSaver, some penned animals just enjoying the heat of the Middle Eastern sun. And I have to say, if somebody busted into my house with a machete and started flailing it around and just left, I'd feel pretty grateful.
I don't know if grateful is the word that I thought you were going to use there, but sounds good. Okay. There is... Oh, there we go. Looks like Skateman now with machete. I still just love the sideways punch animation. I can't get enough of it.
It's pretty great. And honestly, a lot of the NPCs in this game are also very cute. There's folks that just kind of, we just passed by one, I think in Chill Dragoon's screen, where there was somebody just wiggling away. I think it's supposed to be a dancer. But there's lots of folks, as long as they're not trying to attack you, that have a lot of charm as well. And there's not actually a lot of sprite repeating. There is in some of the enemies that you fight, but you will meet a lot of really unique characters in this game. And I find, even as we were saying a while ago, that they're just little sprites. There's so much personality. And I really feel like this game did a good job too in the location accurate surroundings, even some of the buildings, like the diversity that you see in the different areas you go to. It's quite lovely just how much thought that they put into everything that kind of went down here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you got what we can see just on the waterfront, the beautiful styling of the house, and then we saw the trees that were on the screen to the right on MegaRetroMan's, and then I don't know on Skateman's screen if those are barrels of apples. Are they pots of flowers? I'm not sure what it is, but yeah, it's a pretty diverse amount of sprites already, and I'm not sure exactly how many levels there are. I don't know if I want to say anything along those lines, but from what I saw, they only keep it coming. They keep it looking really good. So fun game by the looks of it. Lots of health packs just kind of lying around in the weeds for CrystalSaver up there. And blank pad of paper might come in handy. All right, one more item grab.
Yeah, it looks
Oh.
like we're going to run in Chill Dragoon stream to the first pun, James Bond pun, unless it's come and gone already, if he chooses to speak to the barkeep. And he's gone. Never
It looked
mind.
like he did speak. I saw the word stirred there, so.
Aha, yes. So, yeah, you'll find a lot of the. And I haven't seen a single James Bond movie in my life, but how would you go through your entire life and not hear the shaken, not stirred bit? So, if you're a fan of this game, it's a phenomenal one to play because there's a lot of little bits and pieces of fan service. But as somebody who never got familiar with it whatsoever in any shape or form, this was definitely something that I could pick up and play and still really enjoy, despite not really being a fan. Not because I wouldn't be a fan if I'd seen the movies, but just not having had that experience yet.
Yeah, I've seen a few, but I definitely haven't seen a lot of the older, Sean Connery era and before. The I guess I can't think of his. I'm terrible with actors' names, but yeah, even just having a few movies under the belt, I would say they do a good job of kind of repeating, getting to know certain familiar characters. As long as Q is giving you the specialized weaponry, exploding pens, or laser-filled band-aids. I don't know. That guy can make anything, apparently, but it's a small cast, it feels like, even though they have such a large amount of movies, in a way. So, pretty easy to just pick up and get into if you ever decide to.
Absolutely. And that seems to be something I should probably do one of these days. And just for anybody who might be wondering, Chill Dragoon is still well in the lead, just headed into the next chapter, has just run into a person who was trapped had gone into now a hotel and is going to lead into one of probably the most nefarious sections of this game. If you're familiar with it, you might know what I mean, but pretty soon we're going to have some fun. And Grant, I feel like you and I both not knowing a lot of actors is good. We make a good pair because I only know Pierce Brosnan from the front of the GoldenEye box, and we had a very long discussion when I played through this game about which Bond this is actually based on. And I think folks probably told me about 9,000 times, and guess what? I've completely forgotten which Bond it's supposed to be based on.
Yeah, I couldn't even think on. I'm still the guy who thinks the 90s was 20 years ago, you know, or 10 years ago. Was it 15? I don't know. It's time. I'm not really sure. So I don't know. Well, this game, what was it? It was 1998. This was released. Which feels really late. I'm really happy they still made so many games for the Game Boy.
Oh, the lifetime of the Game Boy was stretched over at least a decade, and there was so much that kept coming out. Like, they just wouldn't quit. So I'm really glad for that, of course, because there's just so much that came out after those initial games that made all the little children fall in love with a handheld way to play some stuff, right? So it's pretty cool to see.
Okay, well, actually, I'm seeing that Nintendo published this game after GoldenEye was a hit, because they were due to lose the 007 license. They quickly made a Zelda clone, and Sapphire really knocked it out of the park. It was generally positively reviewed amongst most major publishers, with the big praise around the characters and Easter eggs. The big criticism was it didn't quite feel like a 007 game. So there we go.
I'd like to know what people thought 007 should feel like in game form, quite frankly, because, and like I say, I don't know much, having not seen the movies, but you're running around to different places, solving mysteries, being covert about it. You're meeting people and trying to figure stuff out and being an agent. So unless they just wanted something with a lot more action in it, but to me, I find that this has all of the pieces of what would be like your typical crime solve mystery kind of game.
Well, most are being covert, except for CrystalSaver. He has been slashing that machete everywhere, so not exactly sneaking around at the moment. But I know what you're saying here. So he's getting to know the weaponry, stuff like that. But I guess you would think that most of them were first-person shooter style. If I had to guess, that would be a criticism. But you know, we've all seen the making Doom run on a fridge display. Do you really want that on the Game Boy? I don't think you do. So it was an interesting choice, maybe a departure from what you would expect, but it seems like they've say a lot of the charm is still there.
Yeah, and I think that's what I felt was the most important part with this game. It was very charming, and it had quite a lot of that fan service I keep mentioning that did not ring true for me because, yeah, what do I know about it? But it did have quite a lot of cuteness to it, as much as an action game like this needs cuteness, who can say? But I did really like how much it just kind of stuck with me. I looked forward to playing this game a lot. And it also seems too like a lot of our players now have access to a new weapon, and that is the pistol. And if you don't know about a little bit about how the weapons work in this game, you pick up weapons and then you kind of keep them, but you run out of ammo for them, and ammo does drop quite frequently. So for myself, as a hoarder of all things consumable, I tended to just flail around with a machete for most of the game and didn't really experiment too much with some of the guns and the different ammo. But yeah, I did lean into them a little further later on. But it's nice to see people kind of switching up what they're using and trying to get a feel for what different things will do. But I did actually find it quite funny because in some cases the punch is actually just as effective in terms of damage as some of the bullets that you got, depending. So 4 punches or four gunshots will have the same effect, which is very funny.
Interesting.
All right. Sorry to step in real quick, Hungry and Grunt, but we have a contestant ready for a hint.
Well, is that right, Chaser? Well, that's good because operators are standing by.
All right, Skateman, you have elected to poll the chat. In just a moment, we're going to start a poll, and in 1 minute, we'll have your answers. Are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead and ask your question.
All right, plain and simple. Where do I go next, chat? Please help me.
All right, chat, there's a poll live now. We have 1 minute. Help Skateman figure out where to go. There are 4 answers in the poll at the top of chat. So stand by, Skate. You can continue looking around if you'd like, but we'll have your information in just a moment.
Cool beans.
And we have a few votes going, so we'll have to wait and see what chat thinks. Hopefully they've been paying attention. We want you, chat, to help out. That is indeed the scenario, Zedlar. So, folks, it's now or never. If you want to help Skateman, get your votes in. They count for about another 15 seconds. So the clock is ticking. And you know Skateman's ready to get going. All right, Skate, we are about to wrap it up. And we have your 4 answers. Are you ready?
Yep.
With 0 votes, shoot a prisoner. With 1 vote, find Q in the mountains. With 2 votes, pet the goat. And with 7 votes, give a ring to a prisoner. Best of luck to you. And back to you, Hungry Gorilla and Gruntiatus.
All right. Well, hopefully Skateman takes that advice to heart and goes on a wonderful adventure trying to get that done. And pet the goat. Fantastic. Fantastic choice, folks. I tried to pet the goat so often, and I don't think you can.
Aw.
It looks like Chill Dragoon has also just arrived at the casino. So this was the, quote, nefarious area I mentioned a while ago, where you more or less have quite a lot to get done in order to move forward. And a lot of it involves random chance, because you really have to worry about losing all your money. And that can happen if things go terribly wrong. So it's a pretty tricky spot to get through, but we'll see. We see Chill Dragoon just lost all the money, goes back to the window to get some more, and this will be likely a rinse and repeat scenario. And this, I know, for me, was a place that I got held up quite a while.
I think any game that has a casino moment, or even just a straight up casino game, I really feel like it's not actual odds. I think they like to just dial up the difficulty a little bit just to keep you playing a little bit longer. So we're already seeing a full rebuy coming back for Chill Dragoons. So let's hope the dealers are not too rough on them at the tables here.
Well, Chill Dragoon was doing a wonderful job of running around asserting dominance by punching the air all the way back over to that table again. So let's hope that that helps out a little bit. But I will say that things went so terribly for me in the casino that it felt rigged for a while. And for those of you that might not know, the goal of this area, in case you've missed it, is to gain enough money by gambling to get into the high roller room, because you need to have a rendezvous with somebody in there. So that's what their aim is if you've missed it in the game.
I guess the other question, has everybody played blackjack before? That could be a tricky part too. Maybe they don't know the rule. But that's where we do have our 4 hints available if need be, but thankfully it is just blackjack. I think that's probably one of the more well-known, I guess, of table games.
Yeah, I think in here there was that Red Dog game, which I was not familiar with, as well as blackjack, and then there's Baccarat that you're trying to get in to be able to play. So, yeah, I don't play too many card games, but I am familiar with blackjack, and I still lost my shirt playing that.
Yeah, we just saw blackjack from the dealer, followed up by yet another big win. So GG to the dealer. You are taking all of Chill Dragoon's money very fast. So not exactly getting the luck side of things just yet. Will this be an opportunity for others to catch up? The other contestants want that to happen, but that could be a little frustrating experience for poor Chill Dragoon here.
Yeah, and this will definitely make or break some people's runs. And as far as I know, and I'm not quite sure, but I feel like a lot of this is left to chance. So if you do run into a slew of losses back to back, your competitors might win right away. So I'll be curious to see if Chill Dragoon keeps the lead here or if there's going to be somebody else who slips on by.
All right, we've got some hanging out poolside up there for CrystalSaver.
Yeah, and it seems like Skateman has just entered the Marrakech area where the casino is located, so catching up here as well.
Yeah. Oh, bottom left. Are we going to get our pun that we just quite missed last time? Have they spoken to the bartender or not already? Let's see. I love that they just heard nobody goes out this door and tried to go out the door. There it is. You want that shaken, not stirred? They said the thing.
They said the thing and they say it every single time you go to any bar ever in this whole game. It's like they all practice from the same bar school. And I'll say too, we see CrystalSaver right now is trying to maneuver down to the casino. And this whole area is quite large and very samey looking. It's very maze-like. There's a lot of places to kind of check into, lots of doors, lots of dead ends as well. And it is quite challenging to find your way through. As someone who took a very long time to find their way through, I am blown away at how fast people are making it through, so good for them.
Honestly, when watching some of your video and yeah, this does kind of look, say it's a large area, especially for Game Boy, and maybe there's a fair bit of backtracking or what it is. So making sure you remember what location things are in could be pretty huge right here. Who's got a good memory? And, we're looking down. No more $500 bets from Chill Dragoon. The time to win is now, or just lose it all. Come on. Come on. No. Not yet. All right, so everybody's getting a chance to catch up here.
Yeah, and we can see CrystalSaver. I was just going to say CrystalSaver is just pulling up to their first table to let her rip. So let's see how this is going to go. And we've got MegaRetroMan as well, fighting that nice fellow, that very large man from the end of the last section there, the boss, with the item that was given over. I forget what that thing is. It's like a explosive pocket watch, or I forget.
One of Q's classic toys there, maybe. Oh,
Yeah.
got hooked with a big punch there.
Yeah, you'll see when you've got a man as large as that punching you, that health bar really doesn't last very long.
Yeah. Plus, he's, not to sound like a UFC announcer, but he's got control of the octagon right now, and you don't have much room to run around on the outside, it seems. So.
It seems
But
so.
the machete, the equalizer. It looks like MegaRetroMan is kind of scared to engage until the giant is hulking out in the middle of the ring. I don't know what's going on. I don't know which reference to even make at this point. That fight is all over the place, but it's done now. Oh no. Did they leave without picking it up? Is that a thing you pick up?
I don't think you can take it with you. I think it's meant to be deployed as something that stuns the giant guy there, and then you run away and go speak with the prisoner here to go off to, I think it's Marrakech that's next. I think that's where everybody else is already, and MegaRetroMan not too far behind anyway.
Oh, that's why he was hulking out in the middle. He was stepping on the watch. Oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah, and to my eye too, when I played it, I'm like, why is this guy dancing for me? Why is he flexing? I want to get rid of him and move on. What's happening? It's not very obvious to me anyway.
How many Canadians does it take to figure out a wrestling match in a cave?
Probably more than us.
Yeah, I'm still guessing we've got it right. We might.
I was going to say also too, Skateman has walked past a dog several times and not tried to pet it. Although I wonder if that was a means to not accidentally slash the dog, which is also a very nice thing to be doing too, because you'd have to poke him with the machete. So maybe a wise decision.
Yeah.
So it seems like everybody's kind of caught up to the same area here. Everyone's in Marrakech and hopefully going to get into that casino area, start fighting the good fight. We still see Chill Dragoon trying their very best to get through the initial part of the casino run. So you can see how much of an equalizer this particular point is. Hopefully Chill Dragoon will have some luck soon.
It's like you say, on one hand it's kind of nice that it gives everybody a chance to even the race up, but it's one of those not like this kind of moments too. It's a little rough. You hate to see it, but as a contestant, we gotta see, will CrystalSaver... Yeah, he's already just 970. Let's do the thing.
I was waiting for the moment where CrystalSaver would lose it all, and there it went. So still fighting the good fight here. And I think we have Chill Dragoon who's made it into the Baccarat room to get into that area, the high roller room, past that threshold amount that's required to get in.
Win, lose, lose, win, lose. I'm learning a lot about Baccarat. How about you out there, chat? Are you following along at home? Because I don't know how to play Baccarat.
I think we should...
Not really sure what the objective, but $3,000. And looks like the Walk of Shame is going on over at CrystalSaver's corner, so...
A very
Back to
wise...
the teller.
I was just going to say a very wise person once told me that the Walk of Shame is also the Walk of Future Triumph, because eventually you're going to have to win. So hopefully...
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, I hope the tables turn pretty soon.
Okay, and we see Skateman. How they doing here? Make sure you are prepared. Getting all kinds of sad stories about losing streaks at the tables, but there we go. So Chill Dragoon has managed to keep the lead a little bit here, but who knows? The odds didn't seem in anybody's favor just yet, but we can only hope that Skateman and CrystalSaver both just get some really good hands really fast, and we got ourselves a tight race again.
Absolutely. And CrystalSaver going back again to the teller. I guess it would be a teller to get some more money. Yeah, apparently they just had $1 bajillion to lend to this casino for bond because they knew that it was rigged.
Yeah. They hesitated to send anybody on this mission for months because they knew the spy budget would just be terrible for the following year.
Absolutely. And MegaRetroMan, I think, is currently searching out the way to the casino, I suppose. There's a lot of... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say there's a lot of tourist attractions along the way, like fruit stands and shops that don't sell you anything to pull your attention as you're trying to find your way through.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say they were either going to find the natural path or they were going to machete their own way to that casino because they're just hacking away, trying to look for secrets like you do. Skateman's just chopping apart a whole other table in frustration, I think. I don't even think that was looking at anything, so... Here we go. Back to the table. We got a win on Saver's side. Oh, cautiously bringing it down. Probably the $500 bet. And, oh, not bad. 19. Big 2,500. CrystalSaver on the way. There we go. So that didn't take as long for Saver.
No, and so now we are back into 2 players of our 4 that are pretty close I would say Chill Dragoon's still in the lead here overall, but CrystalSaver is not far behind.
All right.
And I really don't think there is any quick way or guaranteed way to play the odds here and to push through. Like, nobody's going to find a damage boost route through the casino part. It's really just a matter of getting lucky.
Yeah, unfortunately, well, I guess I would probably scratch this game off of any. You asked if I wanted to play this in the future. I'm going to say casually. I don't think this is a speedrun opportunity I'm seeing right now, because I can't even imagine however long it takes to even get to this point, and then one seat at the table, and you might have to reset the entire game. With how these odds are looking for these poor runners right now, I think I'll skip this speedrun.
I was going to say, I don't know much about routing, but this is definitely something that would probably trip up a lot of folks, unless there is some kind of exploit that we're not aware of that can be done to regularly get a win. But yeah, who knows? Who knows? I don't know what a speedrun time would be for this game. I did not look it up, but I'd be curious to know.
Now, I didn't look into too many specifics, but I think it was about 44 minutes-ish or something, if I'm remembering right.
Wow.
No, I don't even know if that was the top time at all. Just kind of glanced around, but yeah, so 40 or so, 40 to 50 minute speed run. So I sure hope they have a manip for that casino.
I'm pretty sure this game took me at least 8 hours, so I'm not in the speedrun realm whatsoever for this. Good lord.
Hungry, every once in a while there's a game that you think, there's just no way that this has a really fast speedrun, and then you play a game like Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, and it takes you 3-4 days of just sheer frustration and terrible controls, and then you see that it takes somebody like a minute and a half to get through the game. So every once in a while, you don't want to know how fast the speedrun is, you know?
Totally, totally. And it looks now too like Skateman has drawn into the Baccarat room as well. Things are really starting to tighten up all around. Chill Dragoon, I should say, sorry, still a little bit ahead of the game, but definitely Skateman and CrystalSaver have made up a lot of time with some convenient luck here. So let's hope that they can pull it off and make this race even tighter.
Oh, we go, win. All right. And speaking of winning, if anybody out there in chat is interested, actually, if you'd like to be a part of this show, maybe you'd like to have your chance at winning, I will put in a command into chat right now for you. ! Apply. And there you have it. If this looks like a good time, you'd like to be a part of this at all, come on down to the hall. We'll see. There's a few different game show nights, things that go on, so love to show any interest in it. We'd love to have you. So thanks for being here as well. I'm having a great time. I hope everybody else is having a good time. It does not seem like it has been 48 minutes. I feel like it's been only 15 minutes. Time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, totally. And it also flies when you have good company. And also, just to build on that invitation to apply for shows here on the Speedrun Hall of Fame, you don't necessarily have to be a speedrunner. I am probably a world record slow runner at every game that I play, and I participated in the Lifeline show a couple of times ago. So it's really open to anybody that likes video games and wants to try to beat a game fast and under pressure. So anybody that's interested, please do not hesitate to fill out that application form. It is a wonderful time. The Speedrun Hall of Fame folks are wonderful people as well, and it's just a great way to get involved and have a lovely adventure that you've never gone on before with some very high stakes. Just kidding. This is all for fun. It's all a very nice time. So yeah, hopefully you folks will consider giving it a go. And Irate Mexican, I love that speed meanderer. That's perfect.
Yeah, that's a good term. All right, so I am seeing Skateman continuing with the Baccarat. They got the Baccarat fever. How long are you supposed to play? Does it cut you off when you win a certain amount, or what is the cue for moving on here? Or should we even say? Maybe we shouldn't say. I don't know.
I was going to say, I think the cue in the game is that you have to amount or raise a lot of money, win a lot of money and kind of best the guy at the table in order to kind of gain his respect or gain an audience with him, so to speak. So I don't know what the threshold is particularly, but that's part of it. So you have to win a little bit and kind of show your prowess off. But it's also very easy here to go down to $0 as well if you're not careful, whatever that means in this game, because it's mean to you and can take all your money in a heartbeat. But yeah, it's just you have to get a bunch of wins under your belt and then you get the go ahead to move along. And it looks like things are coming apart for Skateman.
Oh dear.
And as soon as Skateman leaves that room again, you end up in a world of trouble because you can't get back into the high roller room without your $2,500. So if you do go down to 0 and you leave, you have to go back through the first gambling part to get back in here to do this part again.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Well, just seeing that. So how often have they been saving? That is also a good.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
and I think
I don't know if
Skateman
they
has
look-
just come to the realization that when you load your save, you go all the way back to the beginning of the area. So that was one of the hints that JSR mentioned at the beginning, where you end up respawning at the beginning and you have to walk your way back. And the casino's not too far, but it is a time loss regardless.
Yeah. Now, I didn't see when they save. Let's hope that they still have their 2,500. Yeah, okay, so they did do that much. There we go. Okay, so that's not too bad. Great utilization of the save and quit. Or save and continue, so there we go.
Yeah, that was a smart move versus having to go back through the rolling of the dice at the other tables again and trying to make it back into the high roller room. Very, very wise choice.
All right, and we see MegaRetroMan has Machete and Sugar Cube Fever right now, so we'll see how that plays out in a few moments.
Hi, Hungry and Grunt. I have another contestant that needs some help.
They're in luck because operators are standing by.
All right, Chill Dragoon, you have elected to use Ask Somebody, your friend Seasonal Bard, and you will have 1 minute to discuss anything you want on my signal. Are you both ready?
Yep.
All right, go.
Okay. So I need to figure out where I need to get a card to get underground, as well as the way to incapacitate the guy.
You won't be able to get the card because you don't have the egg from the previous stage. But what you'll do is, if you can make it back to Q's office, you'll leave there, walk left, go up to enter the passageway, leave that passageway, the other exit, then go down, right, down, and in another passageway, then you go outside, right, left, up, and a third passageway, and you'll be able to go inside that passageway, another passageway outside of that one, and it'll take you to the black market where you need to go to do a series of fetch quests of trading animals. Anything else?
Okay, 1 second. Where'd my pen go?
All right, the time has run out. Best of luck to you, Chill Dragoon, and I hope those hints helped out. Back to you, Gruntiatus and Hungry Gorilla.
All right. So we've got a little bit of ground making up for Chill Dragoon, it would seem. Missed a couple of fetch quest related things. And that will put Chill Dragoon a little bit behind, because I know I did see at least one other player, and I can't recall who, pick up that egg at some point. So if they are past the casino with the egg in tow, then they'll be all set to pull ahead.
My stomach just dropped when the last words the poor Chill Dragoon just said were, where is that pen? Oh,
I know
So,
that my couch
how's
has
that
eaten.
steel trap memory for those directions? Because I know I forgot them immediately after hearing them.
Yeah, and it is one of these places, as I mentioned earlier, where it is very convoluted. There's lots of little doors and little shops to dip into along the way. And if you find the casino right away, absolutely, you bust in there, you do the thing, then you're all set. But there is quite a lot to check out in this area. And this is where I find the game kind of puts up a bit of a wall, not only with the casino, but also with just the largeness of this area and how multi-pathed it is. A lot of the other places are a little bit more linear in nature, as we'll see as we go along.
So they blew the budget on the Marrakesh markets, you're saying, eh?
It would seem so. It would seem so. We have
do you have any
Skateman
food?
revisiting that nice person in the hotel lobby again there. And MegaRetroMan is wandering around the market, staring at a bunch of rats, it would seem.
It's got cats, it's got rats, it's got a fly buzzing around. The sights are everywhere, but I didn't see where that pesky egg was around. Wasn't really sure we were looking for one, actually. So, yeah, still lots of little quests. Gotta find that. And from what you can see down the bottom left, lots of inventory space. So it looks like it won't just be bulletproof vests and weaponry. There's going to be quite a lot of room for various things to pick up for progression. So this will be interesting to see who finds what first right now. As long as they all can get past that pesky Baccarat section.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the egg is usually buried somewhere deep inside of the black market area. If you talk to a couple of the NPCs here, they kind of allude to that being a hot item that can be found. So if people have been kind of skipping over NPC interactions, which is understandable in a race, how much reading do you really want to do when you're trying to get places? But that is a good tip off to at least look for it.
CrystalSaver will look with the power of his machete, mashing around. It's still cracking me up. I'm sorry. I absolutely love that. The interactions are just flailing poor James' limbs just so wildly all over the place.
It's a pretty goofy thing. And if you put your block back on, you're just pretty much like uppercutting everybody instead. So there's really no good way to go about it. And any other items other than weapons or your block will just not, they'll send you to another screen or use one of them. So you're pretty stumped in terms of what you can actually do there. And,
Looking like John Travolta with Saturday Night Fever with that block animation.
yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good reference there. It looks like CrystalSaver has just run into the Catman, who, in the kind of the chain of events here, there's the Ratman who has too many rats. There's the Catman who has too many cats. And so part of the goal chain here is to find a cat, but you need some food. So that's what the NPC just prompted CrystalSaver to go out and find. So looking for food, to rent a cat, to go get rid of some rats. And it reminds me of that terrible song about the woman who swallowed a horse. Do you know that one, Grunt? Did you ever sing that song about the woman who swallowed a fly and then it ends about horses?
I guess she'll die.
Yes. I'm wondering if that's Canadian song base requirements.
And do we want to take credit for that being a Canadian song? I don't know.
I would say probably not. I'm happier to think about the Log Driver's Waltz instead.
No doubt.
And just curious to see, so it looks like MegaRetroMan has gone through the black market first. Has he been to the casino yet? Do we recall if he's been out that way?
I've been kind of glancing. I don't remember seeing any casino games being played down there, so not. The the largeness of this section has maybe been in favor, because they'll kind of get a few of the necessary items and then do everybody's favorite gambling and going back and to the teller, and then gambling and then going back to the teller.
It seems like the hot thing to do on this fine evening on the Saturday. So it looks like Skateman is still also looking for the next little bit of information to keep pushing forward there. Chill Dragoon is running through the black market. I don't know if he got the egg or what's going on there, but certainly I'll be curious to see the inventory when it pops up again.
Right, and MegaRetroMan did just trade in the new identity card for the night vision goggles down there.
Very handy item. It's always nice when you walk into somewhere in this game and it's pitch black and you just kind of see your own little figure in there, and it's like, oh, I guess I'm not supposed to be here yet. The game is pretty good at guiding you about when you've gone to somewhere that you're not meant to be. And that's always a good benefit too in these types of scenarios where you don't necessarily want to be wandering around in the wrong direction for too long. The game will usually turn you around by your head and send you back to go and look for something.
Linear when it needs to be. I like that, at least, so you're not just aimlessly wandering the whole time.
Yeah, it definitely does help to streamline the experience a little bit, but I would say this is probably one of the largest and most convoluted sections in terms of having a multifaceted requirement in terms of the casino and the trading quest to be able to move on. Seems like Chill Dragoon is very kindly letting most enemies keep their lives as well. Hasn't really been destroying anybody lately, just trying to rush through, and rightfully so, trying to get some of those good hints and be able to move on.
Well, they might be concerned about their dental health with all the sugar cubes that it drops, you know? I mean, you don't want to have that much sugar going all the time. Okay, they're
Totally.
moving. Yeah, they are definitely, I guess, happy with the health amount. They're not trying to see if they get any health drops. Oh, that looks like a hallway. Oh, dear.
Yeah, so this is where the difficulty really starts to kick up. So you'll have multiple enemies, all with projectiles. And the AI in this game either seems to be really smart or really dumb. They'll sometimes gang up on you and chase you around. Other times they'll just let you destroy them by kind of being semi-hidden, like taking a little bit of cover. It's very funny how things can either come right apart or you've got some really good luck on your side from time to time as well. But they're definitely getting to the part where, in terms of the catacomb searching, where things really do ramp up in terms of the enemies having a little bit of an advantage on you finally.
At least you can use some of the charm and jank of the Game Boy as you're seeing MegaRetroMan just kind of being slightly down and to the right of the sprite of the enemies too. So conserving ammo, using that machete, and not in the line of fire at the same time. So maybe just a proper layout for an area could give you that opportunity to do a little farming, and then, yeah, maybe adopt that. Just try to keep on running past where you can, but poor Chill Dragoon is just completely getting blocked in all of these hallways, it seems, but they are neck and neck right now. And a sugar cube full of health for MegaRetroMan.
Yeah, I'm looking at MegaRetroMan's health bar and nodding. Like, good for him, because it's so easy to get whittled down here. And I don't know, has anybody died yet? I don't know that I've seen anybody kind of keel over and die, but the death animation for Bond is pretty funny.
Well, now I don't want to root for it, but now I'm kind of rooting for it to happen. I don't believe so. I haven't seen it, at least, if it has.
Yeah, and that just goes to show how talented all of our runners are this evening, making it an entire hour into a game. None of them
Okay, we got protective glass. It's an interesting choice to block off an entranceway. I would have thought those were steel bars or something, but protective glass blocking the way down to the left for poor Chill Dragoon. Let's see. And quick work of the rust on this. All right, so they got the hint, busting on through, and MegaRetroMan getting some of them sugar cubes. Oh wow, and that one hit, whatever just hit, really knocked down the health bar right there. That was scary.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of risk in this section, no doubt. It looks like Chill Dragoon has just found his way to a very interesting place where there are lots of wonderful people ready to welcome the person into the spa.
To be as carefree as those NPCs, just lounging around middle of the floor, just enjoying the day, you know? All right, shiny diamond acquired for Chill Dragoon. I'm assuming it's a diamond. It is a diamond. Thank you for confirming that, Chill Dragoon.
Yeah, and what is a little troublesome there is after you go and visit the room full of ladies, you get bumped back out of the catacombs. So I wasn't really clear when I played this about whether or not that was a necessity to do. It probably is part of the game's progression, but it does put you out quite a way, and then you're thinking, oh no, I have to go all the way back through this convoluted way to get back through the catacombs, go eat a bunch of bullets again, and then still figure out what the task at hand is.
Oh, because, yeah, the other gate is there, isn't it?
Oh yes, there's lots to do here.
Just when you think you're home free and out of Marrakesh, they pull you right back in.
Yeah, there is no easy way out of this section.
Okay, we see Skateman kind of just stopping and pausing for a second, maybe checking notes. Where have they been? They're looking on the locator. Yeah, good idea. Get your bearings, because, yeah, this area is larger than even what I remembered when seeing a bit of this game.
Yeah, and right now, it's very hard to tell who's in the lead. It kind of seems like everybody's come about to the same stumbling blocks. So I haven't been able to quite keep track of who has all the items and where people are in their fetch quests, but right now it's a pretty tight game here. Anybody could pull ahead at any moment.
Just keep that machete swinging at any and every opportunity. Maybe you find a health pack. Maybe you find a required item. Weird looking spot in the screen looks slightly different. See, I'm loving the angles approach. Got CrystalSaver making short work and getting rewarded. Like a good horse with some good sugar cubes. Moving on to the next screen to see what's there.
It's definitely very tricky. Some of the combat is hard because Bond almost has a handedness when you're coming in from up or down in a screen. So depending on where you're entering from, if you've got enemies on the side of your body where you don't have a weapon swing, then it does make it a little bit more difficult to get some hits in.
Yeah, and that was a good decision on Saver's part. As soon as you were mentioning that, he went straight to the shoot straight and right down the middle instead of swinging on the right side. So we'll see how that plays out in a moment.
Hello, Hungry. Hello, Grunt. We have yet another contestant who would like a hint.
All right, is that so, JSR? Well, they're in luck because operators are standing by.
All right, Skateman, you've elected to ask somebody, and I welcome to the stream 2C+ your help today. When I say go, you both will have 1 minute to discuss and ask any questions you'd like. Are you both ready?
Yep.
Yep.
All right, go.
All right, give me the lowdown. What do I do?
For the trade sequence, you're gonna try to find a guy with a lot of chickens in the black market.
Okay.
That guy is gonna give you a chicken, and you're gonna give it to the guy with the cats.
Okay.
Then he's gonna give you a pearl, which you're gonna give it to a guy that has 10 deals off, and that pearl will give you a pass. Somewhere in the south, there's another guy that gives you googles with that pass, and then with those googles, you're gonna go to the cave that is somewhere in the north of the black market.
Okay, cool.
Before you go to the black market, you should find Q's lab. He's gonna give you like some kind of watch to use in the caves. There's like some metallic door.
Okay. Like in the
Yeah.
city?
Yeah, it's somewhere on the left of the hotel.
Left
There's
of
like
hotel. Okay.
some kind of access. I think you need to find some.
Oh, with the pass maybe.
All right, your time is up. Thank you so much, 2C and Skateman. Good luck with those hints. Back to you, HG and Grunt.
What an excellent use of Ask Somebody. Some really solid hints there for Skateman, and hopefully that will help them get their bearings and get on their way here, making some very good progress.
Yeah, those were really well laid out. Excellent location kind of guidance, the knowledge of the whole trade sequence. Yeah, I think that's a huge advantage right now. That should really speed up what's going on. Good use.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, everybody, there are a bunch of different hints that can come around. Nobody has chosen to use that lifeline yet, which would be, I don't know if it would be the best time to use it now, but if anybody is stuck, it would be a pretty beneficial thing to just get that one really direct push in order to really start moving in the correct direction. But I'm glad to see some people using their hints and some great partners as well here, dishing out all of the goods.
Yeah, it's got to be tricky to know when you feel like it's a good time to use it, but I think at this point they've wandered around and seen enough of this marketplace to know, oh boy, this has a lot going on. So yeah, everybody choosing good timing, I would say, all around. Now they kind of have their bearings, know which doors are kind of going where. We're going to see who makes the best use of it.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see when MegaRetroMan is going to arrive in the casino, because I don't think I've seen him go there yet, unless I'm mistaken.
I'm thinking you're right, though. I'm not remembering that either. Maybe chat remembers if have they seen the casino? Because I do not. I love that dog sprite, by the way, just watching MegaRetroMan walk by the dog.
Nobody wants to pet him.
Oh, well, there we go. We have now seen the casino.
We spoke too soon. There we go. So let's see how MegaRetroMan's luck goes here once he figures out what needs to be done. And we still have some others battling bravely in the catacombs, doing their very best to get through the non-stop onslaught of enemies that just respawn. Some of them respawn after you walk away too far. It pulls some Zelda 1 nonsense on you. Or if you walk too many rooms away, they pop back up again.
And the bartender delivering the classic line. And also, I would like to point out that in the bottom left corner area, we did see MegaRetroMan tell us how Baccarat is played. So, it looks like you want to get closest to 9 in the fewest amount of cards. 2 cards, ideally. So that's what's going on.
That's good to know.
Does that help anybody? But I don't know, at least now I know what I'm looking at when those cards are flipping around.
Yeah, totally. And let's see how he's going to approach it. Is he going to go all in? Is he going to go little bets? Looks like he's going to try the little bet first or try a different table. He's had enough of that one. Off he goes.
I was like, oh, I guess we're going to see what Red Dog is. Nope. No Red Dog. Very narrow squeeze between the tables. There we go. Going to Blackjack.
We just saw Chill Dragoon take out the man with the fez. I forget who that character is, but the fellow at the Baccarat table found the secret passage behind, loaded that poor man full of tranquilizers, and now is getting to the point where they might be wrapping up this section if they found the egg and they're on their way to the next section of the game.
I haven't noticed. Been kind of glancing around. I'm not sure about the egg portion, but yeah, really cool to see that. The save and quit. The roaming around the market. But here we go. I'm just drawn to blackjack because I know this can just be such a long, drawn-out part. I'm rooting for you, MegaRetroMan. Please just win.
Yeah, I think we can all send our good vibes. Hopefully the tables do not look sadly upon MegaRetroMan this evening.
Okay, they're kind of roaming around and now leaving the casino, though. Okay. So we'll see what's up with that. Maybe they just have something else on their mind, or see how that's going. Skateman.
And Chill Dragoon going to make sure that the tranquilizer victim is sound asleep here before heading back to continue the quest. It kind of ends a little bit open here, and you think, oh, I've completed the mission. What exactly do I have to do now?
They got Odd Jobs key.
That's right. Yeah. So part of the whole story for this section is that there's a room in the same hotel that you're staying where Odd Job is apparently staying as well, or someone that he knows. So you're trying to get the key to get in there, and looks like we're just about to enter.
Da-na-na-na.
And I found it very funny that Odd Job's thing is hats. It's kind of a weird thing as someone who just never seen that weapon choice before. A hat attack seems very funny, and looks like Chill Dragoon has headed out to the next area of the game, which is the Sahara.
Or did they? I don't know if you just saw what happened. Okay, I think they just tried quit without saving. But they're there. So I don't know. Did they not just choose quit without saving?
I'm
I was
not
a little
really
nervous
sure.
here. I was a little nervous at what was going to happen there. But now we see an interesting moment. Strolling through the desert and...
There is that keel over holding your guts in animation I was talking about a while ago. So very similar if you folks have ever played King's Quest V and explored the desert there. There's a lot of heat to get you here, and that little the orienting device that some folks have been checking out, I forget what that would be called, but like the coordinate display that you've seen some people use is very helpful here.
Okay, so yeah, they hit up, they talk to a man on a camel. They have filled the canteen. But that health bar, that is dangerously low.
Oh, yes. And part of this whole section is figuring out where to go. So it's not a very large desert, but you'll see with every screen transition, one drink is taken out of that canteen. It must be very hot there. So it's trying to get a feel for where to go.
And another keel over and...
Yeah, I took a lot of deaths here as well, as I'm sure anybody who's played this game can probably attest to. I'm surprised that I can't think of what that device is called. I'm surprised that they haven't checked that out yet. And the rest of our players still perusing the market. We've got CrystalSaver talking to, is that Miss Bliss, maybe?
Seems to be.
Getting kicked back out into the market and wondering what just happened. Yeah, and then trying to figure out what to do next. I could just see a little James Bond's face going, huh? Why am I here now? What happened?
Whoa, getting chased by a little scorpion over there. Good moves from Chill Dragoon. And another scorpion as your reward. Got MegaRetroMan working the angles beautifully in the dark cavern. Skateman finding out about the Rat Man again, talking to the same people, maybe wondering if they missed any clue as to where they're supposed to be going, or what the next sequence part is. Oh, Dana.
I was waiting for that. Those scorpions are ruthless. You move pretty
yeah.
quick in this game, but the scorpions are faster. It's kind of terrible because when you arrive here, usually you've just come from a pretty terrible adventure, right? You're doing your best to not to die constantly, but I wonder if Chill Dragoon has any medkits that could help.
Yeah, and you had mentioned that earlier where we hadn't seen any of the death animation, everyone doing so good, and then, yeah, you were just dropped right into a terrible predicament here.
Yeah, this desert's alternative name is Death City. I'm just kidding, I made that up, but that's how I feel about it.
Well, now I'm just singing Paradise City with Scorpion City as the lyrics in my head, so. I know I'm supposed to be the one who sings out of the two of us, but I'll spare everybody from hearing my my Weird Al version of Paradise City by Guns N' Roses.
I, for one, would like to hear it, but I, of course, understand. We don't want to be crossing any copyright law problems.
It's only because of DMCA. Otherwise, you'd totally be hearing it, yeah. But, that pesky DMCA. Not today. Woohoo, that scorpion was right on Chill Dragon's tail. And back into the same spot. So I think they're finding out that it, as you mentioned, looks like a pretty small map area. They kind of can just keep walking in the same direction, and it looks like it's looped around. Unless that's a different spot. I doubt it. It looks like that's the same person on the camel. So, okay. So, it's like they're trying just a few different alternatives, up and right. Don't know what that is. Is it anything other than a landmark and a pesky... Down again. Poor Bond.
Yeah, poor guy. He didn't sign up for this, I don't feel. But there it is. And looks like CrystalSaver has returned to the hotel. I think CrystalSaver also made great work of the fellow with the fez as well, and is just about to stumble into Oddjob's room as well. So should be heading off to the desert shortly. So definitely coming up again to, or wait, it's locked. Maybe CrystalSaver does not have the key. Doesn't seem so. Never mind.
All right, and just a little quick info about the game itself as well, since we had just mentioned we weren't sure which was. So we don't keep calling them Hats McGee for the rest of the night here, though maybe I will anyways. But looks like this story is completely original for this game. It does include a few of the familiar characters of the series. We got 007, M, Q, and Moneypenny on the good guys, and for the bad guys as Jaws and Oddjob. So I think Hats McGee is Oddjob? Question mark?
I think the guy that throws all of his hats is Oddjob, yeah. I believe so. But then there's that other fellow in the Baccarat room who's got the fez. So there's two hat guys.
Oh, geez. One couldn't be a shoe guy, you know?
And Chill Dragoon there just taking a little stop in the desert to stare at the audience or the camera of the game in disdain. Where do I go? What is this desert? What is life?
I wonder if they're making a map at this point, because it looks like they stopped when they found the other rock sequence. The rock screen. So maybe they're plotting something out, or they're just remembering the path that they were on. But yeah, nothing looking any really different than the last screen right now for them. So have to see. Well, they did find another oasis though, or is it the same oasis? Time will tell.
I think it's a different one. So if you take a look at Skateman's screen right now too, that device is the dimensions of the desert. So it's not a very large place, but you do have to try to figure out where the oases are and make sure that you get there, refill that canteen before you succumb to the elements here.
Yeah, and I don't believe we've seen Dragoon that locator into action here either. So
No, definitely not. And as you might expect too, you do loop around. If you move too far into one direction, you do come back around the same way.
yeah, okay, yeah, we're seeing the man on the camel, and they're gonna try down this time into a scorpion hug.
That skull that they just walked by, very, very discouraging, I would say, walking by a skull in the desert as you are meandering. Doesn't feel like a very positive thing.
All right, good scorpion jukes there, and then yeah, we're seeing a few others still trying to make their way out of the larger part of the Marrakesh market, but MegaRetroMan kind of stuck in a small alleyway, but they're not shooting, so that's good. Sugar cube with a bullet inside. You hate to see it.
What a disappointing center to a sugar cube, right?
It's like that, how many licks to the center of a Tootsie Pop? Well, thank goodness that's not the center, right?
Yeah, no kidding. I'll be curious to see, because I didn't honestly expect the desert section to be the Great Equalizer the second, like the casino has been. But it'll be interesting to see when everybody else arrives if they'll have some better luck navigating here, because it seems like Skateman is at least onto the idea of the navigating device. If Chill Dragoon has it, I would be curious to see what they might think if they busted that out. I can't tell you how many times in a video game I have picked up an item and then never looked at it and needed to. So it's not always the most intuitive thing to do.
I'm watching this game and just knowing I would be horrible at it because I'm an item hoarder. You do not want to see my Fallout 4 save files. I probably have 1,000 guns. I might need to sell them at some point. You know, I'm back and forth from dungeons, just keeping everything. And the thought of using something, especially in JRPGs, like, I don't want to use those elixirs yet, even though you're at the final boss. Like, maybe there's a 7th form. I don't know about yet. So yeah, I'd be wary about using a lot of stuff in this.
Well, I think too, I keep a lot of stuff for after the final boss, for the after party, right? You need to be able to serve something at that party. So I totally hear you on the elixir front. But the other part about this game is some stuff is limited and you don't know what's limited until you try to use it and then it's gone forever. And then you have regrets. You're like, oh, maybe I have kept that for another time? Especially in a race scenario, you don't really know what to expect and what's coming up next. And in a game like this, where it just changes modes so often and places that you're going and the difficulties all over the place, it's very hard to know how to approach some of these problems. But we see here Chill Dragoon just actually found the place and is off to Tibet. So finally got somewhere where the sun hopefully doesn't shine nearly as hot as that horrible desert.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll have to see it.
Yeah, and this area obviously looks just like China again. Same buildings, same assets here. Looks like we're right back where we started, but it is in fact a different place here. And gonna do some thorough exploration vertically in this section, so it should be very fun.
Good to chop everything. I am really loving that we are seeing the Saturday Night Fever options being selected with the punch and the block. The machete is looking like it's a super useful item, but the animation just doesn't do it for me like that. Like that disco dance that's going on the bottom right now.
Somebody very much needs to put that animation to some music. And looks like MegaRetroMan has made his way into the high roller room, has crossed the $3,000 threshold, and has busted on out of there. Where he's off to, I guess we'll see.
All right, I'm finding more out about Baccarat, which, you know, that's good. But where is the next moment to go? Oh boy, and we see Skateman in that horrible hallway. Yep, that's so rough that as soon as they turn, their gun is on the right-hand side too. So you really got to watch where your pixels are lining up, because that bullet hits hard.
It does hit hard, and while there are a lot of health packs to find just lying around, Skateman just picked up 2 of them in this little area at the end of the hallway. They don't respawn until you die or you leave, so you really have to make the most out of your health bar and whatever medkits you happen to have tucked away in that inventory.
And that one's just cruel because the only reason you're even at that health bar, you had to go through that horrible hallway in the first place. So it's kind of a slap in the face because he's going to have to go through the horrible hallway again.
Oh, yes.
You really get health out of that? Oh, yeah, that guy's firing super fast. Well, only took 1 hit, but I guess came out 1 med kit ahead.
Yeah, seems like making some good progress there. And, you know, even if you have a good idea of, oh gosh, I shouldn't go down this terrible hallway again, after you go do 10 other things and you come back, you're like, oh, what's down this terrible hallway? Like, you'll go down that hallway 15 times trying to figure out where to go because you have to backtrack so much in this section.
Yeah. And we're seeing some grenade throws. That took a big chunk of health out of poor Chill Dragoon down there, so...
Yeah, the grenade throwers are first introduced in this section, but I think what's beneficial is that you can also get your hands on grenades as well. But you're right, though, they do take quite a lot of health away and are relentless. And it doesn't help that Chill Dragoon has busted into this area with such a little health in the health bar. It's terrible to start out with.
And throwing first and asking questions later with those grenades, putting them to use just in case, because, like say, low health, may as well use them now just in case.
Yeah, and I feel like grenades are pretty hard to come by, too. They don't exactly rain as other things do sometimes. You get a lot of the other ammo. I think you can't even hold more than 9 of them. I think maybe, I might be misremembering, but you cannot hold nearly as many as other types of ammunition.
Oh, trying to use the grenades on the Grenadier, but once they're hunkered down in that bunker, it's just not happening, it seems. So, unfortunately, finding out after using 2 grenades and getting pinned in that corner, but a little bit of health to escape out of that scary section.
Yeah, rewatching Chill going through some of these spots is reminding me of all of the turmoil of this particular area that you just end up in here.
I got distracted by the charming dance animation. The CrystalSaver was just in that other room. It's like a belly dancer animation.
Yeah, it's the wiggly hips person, eh?
Yeah, that was the one.
Yeah, and I saw a question in chat about if anybody's figured out how the armor works. There's very much a benefit to the armor, but there's different types. So some of them are a little bit more resistant than others, and I think some of them will make you invincible until they wear out. So if you get hit by stuff, you have 3 hits or 5 hits or whatever until they're gone. So they're more of a use with caution and only when necessary kind of scenario there.
But like holding on to any good item, when is it necessary? Is it a final boss item? Do I want to use it during this crowded hallway? Or yeah, so who will use their items sparingly and who's going to use them properly? That's how this is going to play out for these narrow hallways right now.
I agree. And I think you and I are kindred spirits in the keep everything as long as possible club.
Oh, I'm still not sure, even after watching somebody beat this game, if I should have.
Yeah, and it seems like, oh, cool. It looks like Skateman did pick up the marble earlier in the game. So that's great to see. And that is an item that its purpose will eventually come to light. I don't know if I will say too much. It's in the notes. I wonder if I should probably hang on to that for a moment. Maybe we'll hang on to that one.
All right. And just swinging the machetes furiously on everybody's screen who's got a machete going right now.
I do find it very funny to watch. I don't know if it's in frustration, if it's a perseverance display, or what it really boils down to, but it looks like the folks that are still exploring the catacombs are really giving it their all in terms of the combat, and it looks like Chill Dragoon is ascending, which is good because in this particular area you're trying to reach the top of this mountain and it's very difficult, and he's just about to go by the man who looks like a snake. It's like a head on top of a bunch of snakes, at least to my mind. But yeah, onwards and upwards here on great pace, well ahead of the others for the moment.
I do remember seeing a couple interesting sprites. I'll wait until they're appearing as well, but yeah, they did have some charming characters. But okay, now we got exploration. Looks like they found Chill Dragoon is finding grenades and health packs and all kinds of things by searching every nook and cranny in this area. And that looks like a new weapon right there.
You bet, and how effective it is. So we'll see if that gets put to good use in the coming screens, in this coming section as well. Definitely worth using that one. I think it shoots multiple bullets, which is very helpful.
Oh, like a semi-automatic kind of style. Okay, well that's good because yeah, as you mentioned earlier, if a punch is worth a single bullet, then I guess that's where it gains its power from.
Yes, and I am nodding away as you're talking there, and it's kind of neat. And if you folks have maybe not paid very close attention, what you'll see with every subsequent area is an escalation in difficulty. So right now, for example, CrystalSaver is in the catacombs in the previous area. People have guns that shoot one bullet. You'll see that Chill Dragoon is now running into grenade launching folks, as well as people with automatic or semi-automatic weapons, and that will continue to become harder and harder as the game progresses. So very interesting to see the pacing of this. It's pretty reasonable, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good pacing.
And yeah, you had mentioned earlier how some sections seem a little bit more linear, and as you go, yeah, this looks very straightforward in comparison to what everybody else is still trying to map out and figure out. And Chill Dragoon is just, oh, okay, do this, go there, grab this, move on. That's got to feel like an amazing relief after all of that last section. So I'm sure everybody's going to look forward to getting to experience that as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's a good sigh of relief by the time you get to this next area. Like you say, a lot more linear, a lot less convoluted. I know that that's the same thing in two different ways, but it is just such a nice break from the brain bender that is Marrakech. And we see MegaRetroMan just put a tranquilizer into the fez-wearing Baccarat table fellow whose name I'm still not aware of, and is on his way, hopefully, to find the key to Oddjob's room.
We could call him Fezzy McGee.
We could.
As you can see, I'm amazing at coming up with nicknames.
I am probably way worse. When I was young and played Adventure Island 2, I named the red and blue dinosaurs Reddy and Bluey. So I'm pretty sure you're ahead of the game.
We got Saver in the lab. Try to bring everything back in one piece. I think that's a classic line as well. I feel like I've heard that one said. Someone can correct me on that. Maybe it's not. But...
Yeah, and this would be a great time, I think, for folks to use one of their hints if they are stuck in Marrakech and ever want to see the lands beyond. It would be a great time to use one of those hints. And a lot of people still do have quite a lot of them left. CrystalSaver has not used any, MegaRetroMan hasn't used any, and Skateman and Chilldragoon have only used 2 and 1 respectively. So still lots of hinting available. Hopefully these folks will take advantage of it if it's needed.
But what if you need it after the final boss? Maybe they're hoarding their lifelines like we would hoard items in a game like this. When to use them?
I can speak from my own personal experience when I participated as a contestant a couple of months ago, and I hoarded all of my lifelines and all of my hits. I think I used one of them the whole time. I came in second, but I hung on to them. I'm like, I don't need hints. I'm fine. I could make it. No, humility. There's no good place for humility in this particular place.
All right, folks, I've got another contestant that needs a hand.
Sounds good, JSM. They're in luck because operators are standing by.
All right, CrystalSaver, you've elected to use your 50-50 hint. When you're ready, go ahead and ask your question. We'll give you 2 answers to use. Are you ready?
I am ready.
All right, what's your question?
My question is, what do I do with this diamond to get the tranquil gun?
All right, first answer option. You're going to go back to the casino, win $25,000 on any game of your choice. You will receive a High Roller Suite key. Go into the High Roller Suite, and there will be a gentleman inside that will trade you the diamond for a tranquilizer gun. Option number 2, go back into the catacombs. Once inside the catacombs, you're going to go down, left, down, right, down, left. There you'll find a man. You're going to trade the diamond for a tranquilizer gun. The choice is yours on which option you will take. I wish you the best of luck. And back to you, Gruntiatus, Hungry Gorilla.
All right. Well, let's see if that is a helpful set of hints.
Yeah, 50-50. What do you believe? What do you do? And did they have a notepad ready? It's got to be an interesting feeling. It's you're trying to gain time, you're trying to juggle all the information that's there. It's a lot on your plate. And I just saw on Chilldragoon's screen. What a lovely sprite that is. It was only there for a second, but if you saw it, you know what I'm talking about.
Indeed. And it looks like Chilldragoon has the grappling hook, meaning that they now have access to the upper portion of this section. So good job, because it looks like we're coming up to the end of another area. And Chilldragoon about to break into this new little building on top. So if you folks missed it, Chilldragoon has been asked to leave all of the equipment at the door to face a trial, which should be pretty fun. You know what's coming.
This part.
It's very funny.
Just so good. I don't know what they're dancing to, but I want to hear it.
I want in on it as well. And you'll see too that this is kind of looping back around to the advice that was given in the first area of the game in China, which is block first and then you'll have an opening to attack. So looks like Chill Dragoon is not losing very much health. It's very hard to see there, but looks like the block and attack is working out quite nicely.
And gaining a little bit of information, I think, from just doing that quick little loop on the order of events there, so... It's just... what an animation.
Looks like MegaRetroMan just checked in on the tranked Fezzy McGee, we decided we would call him, and is on the way back to the hotel probably now.
It's canon now, yeah.
And let's see how MegaRetroMan fares in the next section here. I'm gonna check all the doors on the way. A little bit obsessed with this first door, which is also locked, but as we saw in Chill Dragoon's session, it's the last door in the hallway that needs to be interacted with the key in order to get in.
Oh, babe, what a winning streak I'm seeing up on top of Saver there. That was like 6 wins in a row, quick loss, 2 in a row, 1 loss. 1 win. I got the fever. Saver is just crushing it up there. Yep, wisely saving with the money, okay. So taking the 50-50, going with the 25k option. Chill Dragoon, Dancing with the Stars down there. And we have got Hattie McGee, not Fezzy McGee. Just flinging hats around. Where is Skateman in the mix of all this? They, I believe they've done the tranquilizer. So everything should be evening up very soon.
Yeah, we'll have multiple folks heading into the next section all at the same time. Chill Dragoon still ahead, but others catching up.
Alright, and finding the rhythm right now, so there we go for Chill Dragoon. And here we go for MegaRetroMan. I think we're gonna experience more than one. But going up first, so there we go. That was something that Chill Dragoon did not. So immediately getting that helpful item.
Yeah, and just remembering too, seeing the hint that's given, it tells you your current coordinates and then the coordinates you need to get to. So anybody that had tried out that navigation device might think to check it at this point to see where you need to travel to.
Harsh but fair, you know? And
And there he went. Get ready for the montage of Keeling Over Dead in the Desert, Part 2.
I've been waiting. And looks like Chill Dragoon's reward for a good climb is a lot of guns in his face. So, off to the secret base. I'm not trying to make a rhyme, but it just kind of worked out there.
Accidental rhyming is the perfect recipe when hosting a show, so there you go.
Hey, look at you go.
I'm doing my best. We've got a question in chat about why did MegaRetroMan die, and that is the desert heat. That's right. So the canteen that was just received from the Camelman can be filled at the Oasis, and then you can transition screens several times before dying. So if you don't do that and your health bar runs out, then you're toast. Figuratively and apparently literally as well.
There we go. So they just filled up for 6 drinks, so they get 6 screens of... I wouldn't exactly call it worry-free wandering, but here we go. Oh, I think they're trying to use the canteen now, but maybe they see that it's being used. So there we go. It's a neat little section. I like that. I like the gimmick of that.
Narrowly missing 2 scorpion attacks. How lucky.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
And...
And as as poor MegaRetroMan is dying horrible deaths repeatedly, Chill Dragoon is searching the secret base, has busted out of jail, and is wandering around looking for weapons, firing point blank, trying to get past some of these extra difficult encounters. Because when you head into this section of the game, you lose most of your items here, and you're stuck building up your inventory again from scratch. And we still have Skateman and CrystalSaver wandering the catacombs and the streets of Marrakech, hopefully going to make a break for it soon into the desert heat as well, to repeatedly keel over.
But yeah, I'm seeing a comment in chat where only level 1 live saying it's incredible to me that this game fit on a Game Boy cart. And yeah, on that note, more of an adventure game than anything. James Bond 007 shares some major design features with other popular titles on the Game Boy. Players will not only need to push through the narrative by completing objectives, but also will need to complete various tools and weapons to complete their mission. The game's story has elements from a lot of James Bond movies, some quotes directly lifted from the classic films. Example from GoldenEye, beg your pardon, forgot to knock. And, do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die. So we have so many moments other than shaken, not stirred to look forward to as well. But yeah, I mean, level design, sprite design, kooky dancing designs, it has it all so far. I'm really loving it.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi, we have a contestant that needs a hand.
Well, operators are standing by.
All right, Skateman, you've elected to use the lifeline. Your lifeline is incoming, and as soon as you hear the other hosts again after we're done, you must put your controller down with no inputs for 2 minutes or the clock restarts. You may pause the game, but nothing else. Everything good to go? You ready?
Yep.
All right, what is your question?
All right, my question is, what are the 2 valuable things, and how do I get them for the Ratman and the guy in one of the buildings in the town?
Okay, so right now you have what is that item you have? Is that the pearl or the marble?
It's a marble, yeah.
Okay, so you've already gotten the diamond, you already gotten the tranquilizer gun. Have you already gotten Odd Job's keys?
I don't think I have tranquilizer. I have a pistol.
Okay, so if you don't have the tranquilizer gun, you should have the diamond. You don't have the diamond yet, so...
No.
Have you gotten the night goggles and gone through the catacombs yet?
I do have the goggles, and I went into the catacombs up to the Ratman, but I couldn't figure out what to give him.
Oh, I know what you need. Okay, you need to find Q's base. Q's base is...
Yeah, I was trying to find that. It was like west of Hotel was from my other lifeline, but I couldn't find it.
So from the casino walk, right, down, right, into the underground passageway. Follow it all the way to the path, then go in the left hallway. Once you get outside the underground passageway, you're going to walk right, down, right, and inside the Q branch office. Q will give you a laser watch. That laser watch will open up the doors in the catacombs. One of those doors contains Miss Bliss. Miss Bliss has a diamond, which will lead you back to the catacombs that'll get you that tranquilizer gun. The other door is, I think, just bonus stuff, but be warned, once you enter Miss Bliss's chambers, she dumps you back out on the street. So don't accidentally go in there unless you go in there to get the diamond and then don't go back in there. Unless you're trying to get like a shortcut. But yeah, you need to get that tranquilizer gun, then go in that other door in the catacombs, and you can shoot through that peephole that you'll see the peephole. You shoot Fez through that peephole, then go all the way back to the casino and pick the keys up. Those keys will take you to the next area in the hotel.
Got it. Okay. Thank you very much.
You got it? That's a lot. I know. Are you ready?
Yeah, I think I wrote down everything. Well, okay. Can I like just maybe run through that again, or
yeah.
like?
Okay, I'll give you the. So first things first, you want to find Q. So
right down right from casino. There's an underground, another right down right.
Yeah, once you exit, you go right down right. Then you'll find Q branch. Then after you get Q branch, you're gonna want to go back into the catacombs.
Yeah.
And you're gonna follow it until you. Did you see those 2 jail doors?
I didn't find the doors. I did find the Rat Man though.
Okay, it's near the Rat Man, but I think it's past that. The Rat Man is who you're gonna give the diamond to get the tranquilizer gun.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
You
Okay,
good to
I'll
go?
try to look for jail doors. Yeah, I think I'm good to go. So I just hold
All right,
off now. Still.
Yeah, just pause the game and take a 2-minute break. We'll let you know when you're good to go.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
thank you so much. And back to you, Hungry Gorilla and Gruntiatus.
All right, so a very clever use of the lifeline. Finally, hopefully going to get out of Marrakech.
Yeah, they did a lot of good digging around, and there is there's just so much to try find that, no doubt, a little frustrating at times, but it just goes back to what was said earlier, just how much they did actually pack into this. And even though they're kind of backtracking through similar hallways, it doesn't really feel like that. Like, just even watching it casually, it doesn't seem, it's like, oh, God, I gotta walk back through this again. Like, it doesn't feel like it was just phoned in. Looks all pretty well designed all around here. I'm really enjoying this game.
Yeah, it's definitely an enjoyable experience, even if it seems like it's a little stumbly in the middle here. It's certainly well worth a play, even just casually for folks. And it also looks like CrystalSaver has just arrived in the Sahara and is about to get the mission brief, and then hopefully we have keel over and have a bad time part 3. I'm just kidding. I hope that CrystalSaver has good luck.
Well, you don't want to hear me sing.
I mean, that's the best rendition of the Bond theme I've personally heard all night.
It's very wise to put in all night.
Well, you know.
Yeah, let's see. So, narrowly escaping scorpions, but plenty of them to find. One more victim to the Sahara sun.
One more person turned to crisp. But we'll also see too in Chill Dragoon's playthrough right now, running into enemies right now that have rocket launchers. So the introduction of those terrible weapons which completely tear down your health bar. We're seeing a lot of dun-dun-dun there as well.
Yeah, Chill Dragoon taking that death somewheres that wasn't the Sahara. So there we go. We're seeing that slow difficulty spike, as you had mentioned before, coming to fruition. So time's gonna tell just how difficult this area is gonna be.
Yep. And in terms of who's ahead right now, I've seen a question in chat asking, Chill Dragoon is in the lead, but we have CrystalSaver and MegaRetroMan not too far behind, with Skateman definitely making some good progress to get out of Marrakech, but isn't really too far behind all said and done. These areas that come after Marrakech, as we've seen, are quite linear. It would be pretty easy to catch up in a timely fashion if people hurry, and of course, if Chill Dragoon keeps taking rockets to the face, we may see some other people pull up in the rear pretty quick.
Just really looking forward to the sumo section here again.
It's so funny. It just kind of comes out of nowhere. You're just randomly taking an ascent up a mountain, and then you fight a bunch of sumo folks, and then you're off to the next place. So a lot of random stuff. And again, not having seen any James Bond films, not entirely sure if that's in the true vein of the series, but it certainly seems fitting for a fun spy on an adventure, an international one at that.
Well, as you can see, to fill you in, just since you don't know much about the lore, even though a British spy, apparently James Bond is also Captain America, as you'll see in Chill Dragoon's screen right now, just rocking the shield. So there you go. International man of mystery indeed.
The shield is a game changer in this game. It blocks most projectiles. I say most because it can't block a rocket, but it can definitely block most things that will come the player's way. And I found when I picked it up, it was finally the little bit of a piece that I needed to start making some headway again after getting absolutely wrecked. As we've seen Chill Dragoon as well, getting smoked left and right.
Well,
Bullet
these
after bullet.
hallways are horrible. I mean, that's 3 in a row with three people. Just good luck with that.
Oh yeah, totally. Totally. And it doesn't get any easier from here. I'll say that much. There is without saying too much, an epic conclusion to this game that does put on quite a challenge. So we'll see how that pans out for our contestants here.
I'm liking at least the look of this. It looks like they're filling you up with a lot of ammo and preparing you for what might be coming up. So
Yeah, if there's one thing this game does well, it's making sure that you've got everything you need. And for the avid squanderer, you'll have plenty and then some without spending it out too willy-nilly. But yeah, we should definitely see CrystalSaver and MegaRetroMan coming up to the same area shortly that Chill Dragoon is in, and hopefully Skateman will bust out of Marrakech soon.
sorry if everybody is hearing Luna in the background there. I've got
was-
2 adorable dogs just staring me down, wanting to play here.
I was about to ask if you were okay over there.
Ooh, snipe to the head up on Skateman. Now, Skateman has been the one who seems to have had the best angles so far. I really like that they're not quite engaging, like just tanking hits, anything like that. Maybe that's a detriment to going through fast, but they seem to be well in charge of their health management.
Yeah, definitely. And it certainly seems like slow and steady is a good way to play this sometimes when there's far too much going on at once, as we've seen, especially with Chill Dragoon in the secret base, just how hairy it can get. And interesting that we had a poll in chat about whether Bond is carrying a pizza or a manhole cover. Depending on who you ask, you may get a different answer.
It's good that there was no clear winner in that poll.
It's just like Twitch chat to tie it up. Now, it looks like MegaRetroMan is making some quick work of the Tibet Mountains. And we've got Chill Dragoon entering a very precarious section. Lots of tanks. If you don't know the story of this game, we're essentially trying to prevent an arms operation from continuing to operate by busting them and shutting them down. So when you get to the place with all the tanks, you know it's serious.
Well, we have seen a lot of ammo supply crates and things going on, so yeah, you've got to feel that this is most likely nearing the end here.
Definitely approaching the last bit. I wouldn't say we're quite near the end yet, but certainly over the halfway point in the case of Chill Dragoon. And we're just over the 2-hour mark, I think, for the competition, which will go a total of 4 hours as the long end of the cutoff, I believe.
Yeah, but everybody seems to be doing pretty good. I think we're gonna be hanging in there within that time frame by the looks of it. It looks like MegaRetroMan gonna get a nice progression item right here, so one more step closer to dialing it in within those 4 hours.
Oh yes. Oh yes. And it seems like Chill Dragoon is making some good progress through the tank area. This part is particularly difficult because you've got these rocket launchers who will just pick you off. Any screen you're coming in from, like that one right there, your shield does not protect you. You cannot defend against the rockets. You either take them out first or they kill you.
Right, some machete in the dark action going on, getting some sugar cubes, and MegaRetroMan gonna poke out to see my favorite sprite.
That's the fellow you meant a while ago. I was scared
Yes,
to talk to him at first because I didn't know if he was a friend or a foe. And sure enough, he's just a guy in disguise on your side, which is very nice.
Yeah, I'm not sure if MegaRetroMan has interacted or not.
I mean, I wouldn't have, except I have a...
Yeah, it's not suspicious whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, if you can't trust a scary Sasquatch-looking creature on the top of a Tibetan mountain, who are you gonna trust, right?
Yeah, 100%. And so we see Chill Dragoon taking another attempt through here, working on it, working on getting by. And we've got Skateman hopefully nearing the end of Marrakech soon enough. Haven't had a chance to check out the inventory lately, but we'll see how that goes. Hopefully he'll get to the desert shortly.
Well, now I think I've Pavlov dogged myself there. As soon as you said the desert, in my head, all I heard was "dan-a-dan." Classically conditioned right now.
Not surprising. And
Hopefully, I'm not the only one. Anybody else? Anybody else in chat hearing the song right now? I hope so.
I will also say that even though Chill Dragoon has quite a lead at the moment, that's not to say that they're a shoo-in for the win, because there are still some pretty serious trials to come in this game. Particularly interesting boss fight, a very interesting final area to come, not necessarily next, but there are definitely some fun things coming up. And we've seen now Chill Dragoon has stumbled into a fight with Oddjob and figuring out the strat right away.
Okay. All right, so a little Captain America on hat action. Seems to how many hats?
So many hats, right? And I can say it's not the most intuitive thing to try. At least I speak for myself, trying to defend the fact that I came through here 4 or 5 times dying horrible deaths at this fight. But I did not think to try this right away, so that might be something that might trip up a few people.
Yeah, and bad enough that it's a maze to even get around to this point, and everybody's shooting rocket launchers, and yeah, this is a definitely interesting area. Good difficulty spike.
And TR, hello. And who was worse, Oddjob or the frog from Blaster Master? All of them. All of them were terrible. This guy's not bad once you figure it out. But looks like Chill Dragoon made quick work of Oddjob. Good job on that. Right on.
And I guess though that is a very handy item to have and just keep it out by the looks of it, because yeah, this is a scary area.
Yeah, the only thing is you cannot attack while you've got your shield out, so you've got to be pretty selective about when you choose to use it, but you can stunlock enemies.
Ooh, nice
Chill Dragoon-
find in that sugar cube there.
Yeah. Well, and Chill Dragoon's making this section look easy. I'll be curious to see how other people fare here. And MegaRetroMan's not too far behind in the sumo battle at the moment, having the best time of his life.
It's reminding me of your playthrough of Arcana with the belly the rolling belly wizards. Now you get the belly dancing going on right here in the sumo room.
Yeah, those folks were so rude in Arcana, it was not even funny. Yeah, it definitely was a very fun game. I've played so many different games lately. Arcana, first-person perspective dungeon crawler with card themes. The Magic of Scheherazade on NES I just finished up the other day too, and it was a phenomenal time. Such good music in that game. It's been perpetually stuck in my head. Hearing this game music again, though, has been very nice too.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, the save and quit option, very, very smart in terms of getting respawned back at the beginning of the section. Definitely a good time saver there. And right now too, all of our competitors are not really aware of where anybody else is relative to them. So I can imagine after getting stuck in the desert, as long as Chill was stuck there, that it definitely would make sense to try to hustle fast as you can, because you don't know if anybody else is right on your tail or what.
Well, and there's been definitely some things seem to be a lot more intuitive to different players. And by no means does any of this seem immediately intuitive. They've done some really good work right away, but like Chill had a little bit of a problem figuring out the sumo room, whereas it looked like MegaRetroMan figured that out relatively fast. Yeah, the desert was a little hang-up spot, but the navigating through Marrakesh was really well done, different things. So yeah, it's been really interesting to see the different playstyles coming through and whose strengths are where. And I do know that I think CrystalSaver has all the luck on their side, because that was one heck of a blackjack winning spree we saw after that 50-50 too.
Gosh, was it ever? I could have only prayed and wished and hoped for that kind of luck in that particular section. And seeing how much other people struggled with it, definitely the person who pulled ahead the fastest and the furthest in the gambling, because goodness is that ever fun to see. It's satisfying even when you're watching it happen. Even if you're not the person winning, you're like, yeah, go buddy, because there's so many other folks here tonight, and myself included when I played, that were held up there. So it's good to see somebody have some good luck. So we're seeing Chill Dragoon now go back to a previous area, and there's some good old Game Boy gore going on there. Lots of birds feasting on corpses. What's going on? I guess we'll find out a little bit of some plot coming up soon. Holes in roofs, lots of bodies everywhere, unfortunately.
Okay, and probably for the last time, we'll see Skateman in this particular section working the angles. I believe so. I could be totally wrong on that, because there's a lot of screens going through this cavern. I might be remembering it wrong, but I think that's it. I think they're making some great progress now.
Yeah,
Glad to see that health.
definitely seems to be on the right track, I think. Yeah, should be hopefully heading out to the desert in a moment.
Well, if this hallway wants to cooperate. Ooh, that was quick work. Okay, getting a good couple double chops, a little health pack in their sugar cube. And off they go to get shot again. Oh dear, these hallways are just so unforgiving.
Yeah, it would seem so, and it looks like CrystalSaver just got his hands on the grappling hook, or the rope, so should be able to do some ascension here. Hopefully they can figure out how that works pretty quick.
And, I'm not sure, is that like a live ammunition sight? Like, what is falling around Chill Dragoon right now? Banner, banner.
This particular section is awful. It is pretty random, I feel. Despite all of my best efforts to figure out a pattern, I think it's bombs that are falling. I call them boulders. They could be any number of things, but the long story short is that they take a quarter of your health bar every time you get hit, and they're extremely hard to avoid. And this entire section is a maze. There's several ways to go through this place, several places to get to through this maze as well. So it's really a battle, a war of attrition to get through this particular section here.
Ooh, yeah, and with no shadows or anything to really help you with those, yeah, you don't know when that ammunition or whatever it may be is going to actually stop and hit too. So that is scary. But a few med packs. How many? I didn't see how many med packs they had for Chill Dragoon, but hopefully enough.
They're running low, it looks like. I saw, I think, 2 left last I
Oh,
saw.
okay.
Yeah, so, and I don't know that there's a very good place to restock on them here, so it's a pretty hairy section to get through. MegaRetroMan has arrived in the secret base and is currently searching and trying to survive the rocket launching jerks. CrystalSaver speaking to Gruntiatus's very favorite NPC so far.
Reminds me of that scene in The Simpsons where the banker is wearing the ape costume. Ooh. I don't know. Just cracks me up.
It's very funny. Everything in this game is very funny, and I think folks shortly will be going on to a section where my favorite NPC is, which I'll point out when we get there, of course. There's also a fellow, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a fellow named Saddam that we just...
It's just that's so funny.
Yeah, not spelled quite the same, but definitely an interesting name choosing here.
So intimidating. Oh, that was classic.
Yeah, and Chill Dragoon making quick work of Saddam. At the end of what is a very precarious section, but just, again, making this game look so easy.
Okay, so yeah, do you go in that area with the door? Do you not? We'll find out if there's more backtracking, but oh, I was just gonna say that top of the screen bomb is concerning because there's still a whole other section to go, and immediately bomb drop right on the head. Didn't even get to finish the sentence.
Yeah, it's a pretty unforgiving area.
Oh, 2 in a row there.
Yeah, this is bringing back some terrible memories for me.
You're in a full blanket right now, aren't you? Just hugging yourself.
Pretty much. Yeah, I've got a stuffy on my lap and I've got a blanket on, and I'm rocking very gently back and forth.
As is tradition.
So seems like Skateman has just put an end, temporarily, at least put a man to bed in the middle of a casino. So Skateman has made quick work of Fezzy McGee and will very soon be breaking out of Marrakesh.
Yeah, I am honestly surprised after just seeing a few different things with this game and knowing just how large that area is, just how quickly people have managed to get through there. Because I thought this was going to be about the standard for everybody. Like, oh, maybe might be like the 2.5 hour mark kind of thing. So, but still a few roadblocks here and there to go. But really impressive work from everybody. This has been a lot of fun. And like I say, if anybody is interested in maybe trying your hand at this some point, again, I'll put in the command. If you are interested in possibly being part of a Lifeline episode or possible other events with Speedrun Hall of Fame, by all means, Don't worry about your skill level, different things like that. There are no wrong ways to have fun on a Saturday night here with the Hall of Fame. So try it out.
Yeah, and I cannot echo that sentiment enough. And if anybody is even remotely interested in retro games and wants to hang out with a very nice community, and just like Gruntiatus has said, have some fun. There are a lot of other ways you could spend a Saturday, but this is definitely one of my personal favorites in recent past.
Yeah, I've been having a great time with this. And again, I'm just, after saying the timer, it's like, wow, 2 hours have passed. It seems like no time at all.
It's so true, and it's just interesting to see how all of these wonderful competitors have been approaching the various issues, running through all of the different problems, seeing the different stumbling points for different folks as well, and also just the different strategies that they've employed. Like MegaRetroMan is busting through a secret base up against people with rocket launchers with his bare fists. We saw other people choosing alternative weaponry to make quick work. It really depends on what your preferences are, and there are a lot of different ways to approach this game, which is really nice because at this point, which is fairly far into the adventure, you do have quite a lot at your disposal, and there are lots of refills on things, so it's very good to see them using them in different ways and trying out different stuff.
Well, that John Travolta Saturday Night Fever pose will not be the death of him. He's staying alive. Staying alive.
We've got Skateman going to the Sahara with the smallest little bit of health, just like everybody else that we've seen heading into this section.
Yeah. Classic.
Let's hope for a speedy walk through Death Desert. And good job, Skateman. You're on your way.
Yeah, it's only going to get better. Yeah, that is a really tough section, so. But it's probably not going to feel immediately rewarding, as we have seen with others. But yeah, good job on the potential save, maybe? Question mark? No.
What's great about Skateman is that we know that he has referred to that navigation device a lot. So if he thinks outside the box here, there we go. That's right, the satellite map. Bust that out, find your coordinates, let's go. On your way.
I mean, that could make up a fair amount of time if utilized properly as well. So there you go. Let's say different strategies. And there's the coordinates immediately after checking the locator. Going up right away. Great job to actually get the canteen. It's looking promising.
Mm-hmm. And such a funny contrast watching CrystalSaver beating up sumos, and then we've got Skateman wandering through a desert. We've got MegaRetroMan in the tank zone, and then Chill Dragoon onto the next kind of civilian war area, pushing ever further into this arms operation. Off to Russia, actually.
Oh, wow, look at the backdrop here. Nothing has felt repetitive for any stage whatsoever. Like, it's not just generic trees. It's not, like, there's just even little subtle differences in the floor tiling. Everything. I'm absolutely loving the look of this game.
Yep, and there's so much to take in as well. And by the time you get to Russia, everything is just intense. Like huge, monstrous containers everywhere. Folks with those rocket launchers you'll see coming out. Lots of grenade throwers. It's so intense in this area. We're actually on the very short climb away from what'll turn out to be the end. But the end section is coming up awfully fast for Chill Dragoon if they can maintain that lead.
And, well, like a good maze section, like they've utilized in a lot of Chill Dragoon, finding a dead end, but seemingly finding a lot of sugar cubes along the way, so that's good.
Well, and a good thing to point out too is that no dead end is really a negative here because a lot of rewards come at the end of dead ends. There are often items to find or little stashes of things that can be picked up from battling enemies along the way. So if you're looking to farm anything or build up your ammo stashes, anything like that, it does pay to wander a little bit.
And did I see that correctly? Did Chill Dragoon just chop a rocket launcher? Did he chop that ammo into the air and not get hit? Did I see that right?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know that I was ever able to deflect anything, but maybe other folks in chat might have some thoughts on that. I did not have any success playing baseball with bullets in this game.
How overpowered is this machete? Loving it.
The fist is almost nearly as strong, which I think is so funny.
Well, if he was able to deflect one, he didn't deflect that one. And that was the one that mattered, because quick death right there, but... Let's see, do they remember the path? All of that good stuff. Saber is in the scary hallway section with a locator and some sugar cubes. And Skateman, I kind of stopped looking, but is utilizing the locator. Also going to refill on their way to, I forget if they started at 2-7 and then 7-2 is where they're going. It's too late for me. Find the airbase. Trying again to help out. Okay.
Too bad Skateman couldn't just throw that poor person over his shoulder, but found that, you see, nice and fast. Got that airbase.
That was quick.
Definitely very fast there. So catching up for sure.
Here we go, that different play style coming through. And I just can't help but feel for CrystalSaver in these. You just look at those. I don't know what formation that is or who trains 3 guards to group and walk weirdly like that, but oddly effective. I don't think I can criticize it that much because it is working.
Oh yes, the people who built this secret base and made it filled with skinny little hallways and then stocked it full of jerks with guns. Yeah, totally. 100% effective against anybody you're trying to keep there, except not our fist-faring friend. Who can
Yeah,
get...
Saber rocking the fists, not worried about the machete at all.
Yeah, mind-blowingly effective, just punching your enemies.
Speaking with Zhong Mei.
And Chill Dragoon walking with that shield out. Very smart.
Oh, yeah, but it's, like you mentioned, a little bit tough to know when to put it away and to get back to it. Finding the timing, keeping a little bit of distance with the gun, but still ate a few shots that time, but definitely a good strategy in the works right now once they kind of figure out the timing of how greedy do you get with those bullet shots and how much should you have the shield out instead. So I think everybody gets caught with that, you know. You just want to get that extra shot in. Maybe it's that last hit to take down the enemies, and you end up taking a hit you know you shouldn't have taken. So with these small health bars, we got to see how that's going to work out.
Yeah, totally. And the other thing is, you can see Chill Dragoon's ammo coming down really fast. You start at 99 for your pistol, and with single bullet shots, it lasts a bit longer, it feels like. But the semi-automatic weapon definitely blew through that ammo so fast because you get gun happy, and it's very easy to miss in this game. The enemies don't exactly just stand still waiting to eat your bullets for breakfast either.
Oh, and right there, that I would have got hit by that too. Chill Dragoon seemed to have found a pattern, had the shield out, there was spacing between the shots, and then that time the guard just shot twice in a row immediately. So tough sections, and the reward is a dead end. Yay.
Yeah, it's definitely my favorite thing to run into a dead end after almost dying. But it seems like Skateman is well into Tibet now, making the climb there. And we've got CrystalSaver doing the da-da-da-da dance with MegaRetroMan coming up against Oddjob. So let's see if he can figure out the strat immediately. Going for grenades first. So let's see how this pans out for him.
Right, and Skateman not really taking the calculated route they were. I think they're starting to rush through a little bit more. Working on that speed. Going straight for the health, not worrying about clearing everybody out all the time. So maybe a little shift in strategy right now. Maybe they're just gonna mix it up and just work fast. But yeah, let's see. MegaRetroMan. Like I say, how intuitive is this section?
Does MegaRetroMan not have the shield yet? That's
Does
the
not
question.
look like it. I did not see it there.
Uh-oh. Looks like some exploration is needed. And that's kind of tricky too. You kind of run into a boss and you think, I could beat him. I've got what I need. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. Because you get there and you're thinking, well, I must have what I need. I'm here. But no, you got to go back for that shield.
Chat pointing out that Chill Dragoon has 5 medkits. Looking pretty good at this section, honestly. Encountered a few dead ends, but now maybe knowing where to go, a little bit more cautious. I feel like instead of the pistol, there are certain spots to use those janky hitboxes. But yeah, I like even just the simple level design of it's giving those little nooks for your angles to be better than their angles, but you have to get up in that spot to avoid the rocket launcher fire. Just it's all really well laid out all around every stage. I haven't found anything that seems to be janky or not really intentionally placed to make for a good gaming experience here.
Definitely agreed on that one. And CrystalSaver hanging on to a smidgen of life and no med packs to be found, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's lots of ammo around here, but yeah, I don't remember a lot of med pack locations, so could be a big sugar cube adventure for a little bit just to get the health. Or was that an exploding sugar cube? Did that betray him?
I think some of them do betray you, absolutely. Some of them are packed filled with bombs, it would seem.
Oh, sugar cubes. No, we
I
need
know.
you.
I know. If my memory hasn't failed me, I think that there is at least one medkit to be found in a locker in one of these little side halls. I believe in the middle hallway. There's several vertical hallways with a couple of horizontal offshoots, and it's in one of those, I think, because I feel like I walked through this area a lot. And it's in one of these little spots where you can pick one up if you search.
And just to point out that CrystalSaver, MegaRetroMan, and Chill Dragoon have only used very, very little on their lifelines right now. Flying solo for a lot of it. I wouldn't necessarily call it brute force. They've done some good work here, but it's MegaRetroMan still with every hint at their disposal. I think we've found someone who enjoys our playstyle, Hungry. I think one of us.
One of us. Welcome to the club.
You never know when you're going to need them. Like somebody pointed out earlier, maybe there's DLC that's coming out immediately after. You can't use these too soon. You don't get them back.
Yeah, and like, what if there is a sequel and you can carry over your character into the next game? We wouldn't want to show up with nothing in our inventory.
Respecting the MegaRetroMan strategy.
Yeah, much respect for that. Seems like he's doing a lot of pensive action there, standing in the middle of a gunfire fest, trying to get his bearings maybe. I'd love to hear what's going on in his mind right now.
Yeah, is it checking notes? Is it just trying to stop and think, have I been here when I went up there? What's around this corner? Or is it, oh geez, I got no med kits, I got no health. I don't like these angles I can't jank my way through this, you know?
Yeah, it'll be nice to hear some of our contestants' thoughts at the end if we have an opportunity, of course, to have an interview or two with some of these folks.
Yeah, because there are lots of options. Oh, and then now we see Skateman. They have a hook. Why didn't it work?
I wonder, I think you have to be standing underneath the statue specifically and then try to deploy it. I think he was slightly to the left. So hopefully he'll think to go back and try that again, because it would be a shame to see him really have a little bit of a setback here.
Well, actually, I think they're on the right path now. If I'm looking at the icon correctly, I think they got to see a person about a thing before that's going to work for them.
You are probably right. I've been trying to watch 4 people play the same game all night, and I've forgotten who's done what, who is where, all of that good stuff.
Yeah, it's tough because you can't really say too much in case they're, I don't want to spoil too much in case they're able to watch or whatever's going on, but
Yeah, let's hope nobody's sneaking a listen in here, eh?
I don't think that'd be the case. Everybody seems to be doing really well. I thought Chill Dragoon was grabbing grenades for that section. Well, they got an exploding sugar cube as a reward, so I was gonna think if that was gonna work to their advantage in these narrow hallways so that they could stay back. I haven't really seen what the hitbox is when the grenade goes off. Is it fairly large, Hungry? Do you remember?
It's a pretty large hitbox, but it kind of goes on an arc, so it's a little bit hard to aim, I feel. The distance is pretty hard to master, especially if somebody's firing on you. It can be a little bit tricky.
Okay. But yeah, that explosion actually doesn't look as large as I would hope if I was in these narrow corridors. But it is super effective by the looks of it, so it's a good trade-off. But yeah, like say with that arch, that does look really hard to land exactly where you want it to.
It seems to only be a large explosion when it affects you, right? And then when you need it to work to your benefit,
Okay, all right, but you can throw it over oh, very good use there. I didn't even notice that from earlier that you could throw it over like the backdrops, but the reward for that knowledge into a new screen was
yeah.
one more death, one more trip.
Everyone's dying, it seems. The secret base is really tough. We've seen a lot of deaths there. This Russia stretch is also very tough. Skateman paying your favorite little guy a visit there.
You love to see.
I don't know what it is about the sprites on Skateman's screen when he comes out of the pause menu here, but they've always reminded me of Bleeding Gums Murphy for no good reason whatsoever. They're wearing a hat, but it looks like some fun hair and some sunglasses, and I can't
see it.
unsee that.
Yeah, no, I totally see that, yeah.
I hate that's all that I can see.
Well, now I'm enjoying it.
That makes one of us.
Da-da-da-da.
I wonder what Skateman's strategy here is for taking the night vision goggles off. If they're feeling like the enemies might not see them as easily.
I have noticed earlier, yeah, they weren't using it when going through. I'm not sure if they just maybe they're just trying to get through the dungeon. They feel like they remember the layout, or just, yeah, trying to brute force a section. I don't know, yeah. Oh, big grenade hit right there.
Yeah, certainly seems like an interesting approach. Because I guess if you don't really know all of the possibilities that exist with an item in a game, right? You might think, well, if I take off my goggles, it's like little kids, right? I can't see you, so you can't see me. That's a good,
Yeah.
it's a good extension to try, right? To start out.
I mean, how neat would it be if that actually is how it worked, though? They would be the only person who have found that and maybe have a quick advantage. So, good to try.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And looks like CrystalSaver's trying to make some good use out of that shield there, but taking another keel. And Chill Dragoon still wandering through Russia, through the wreckage of Russia, it would seem at the moment, given how exploded everything looks there, but making some quick work of most folks. And
I'm
seems
curious if all the radioactive symbols are just to scare people away, because I feel like one of your necessary items should at the very least be a hazmat suit, because that does not look safe to be wandering around just in a tuxedo, you know?
Yeah, unless the tuxedo is made with some kind of repellent, some kind of antimicrobial layering or something, maybe lined with heavy metals that are known to kill different kinds of microorganisms to keep them off of him.
I mean, Q does make some amazing gadgets, but we'll see. Q, get me the antimicrobial tuxes. Yeah, exactly.
Why not, right? And looks like Skateman's about to face off with some sumos, bringing it back around.
Right, and yes, pointed out by Mia, Mega has the shield, but still opting to do the staying alive pose for the time being.
You know, let's see if MegaRetroMan will start to use the shield and see what it's all about. And the manual for this game is actually really good. So if anybody likes reading manuals, everything in it is very well explained. It does a really good job of illustrating everything you need to know. So if you ever do play this game, I'm pretty sure every single item has a description, which is pretty beneficial. Because I know a lot of games that just don't tell you. They're like, hey, you found a thing, have fun experimenting with it until you can discover its use.
And that's one thing, especially with Game Boy, just limited buttons. It almost draws your brain into thinking, well, there's only one way to do something. But even with a golf game that I had, like if you time pressing down an A at the right time when you hit the ball, that will give you backspin. So you're never really sure, and that's kind of the charm of the old games. They wanted you to have a good experience. It came with the manual. We usually looked at it, right? But now, modern day, we kind of just play the game, right? So I would definitely like to take a look at this manual and just see what they did to make it a better experience for everybody.
Yeah, I personally feel like it's a good package deal. You get all the things that you need to know. But you're right, though, about the control scheme. There's not really a lot of options. And really, because you can put any item into A or B, you have quite a limited attempt of pushing one button to see what comes out of that, right? So you're you're not really stuck, even looking for combinations of things. Unless you want to do the punch and block dance. Then you can use A and B to your heart's content. But apart from that, every item is a single button push, so it's pretty straightforward, which is why I think it was a really good choice for this format.
I have a feeling that you're going to fire this game up just to do that dance before you call it a night tonight.
Oh, probably. I've got my my GBA SP right beside me. I did not dig out my cartridge, but it is not too far away, so I certainly could do that.
Okay, those terrible hallways for MegaRetroMan. The shuffling guards, no regard for each other's safety, just pointing guns in each other's backs and hoping that they'll kill Bond. But okay, good angle there, making short work of that with a sugar cube for a reward. We got the tank maze going pretty well for CrystalSaver up there, but curious to see how it goes this time. Looks like Chill Dragoon's progress is going better. I might have just commentator cursed because he took a pretty big hit, and now Grenade McGee is doing the work. Oh, the machete doesn't reach. I love that he tried.
Looks like MegaRetroMan is making his way back.
All right.
We've got a fight against Jaws here.
Here we go. Another small arena big man moment. Oh no. And that's why they call him Jaws.
Apparently, this guy just likes to munch heads.
Yeah. Well, okay, so not only do you have to remember which button does the magnet thing, but you got to get him up there fast enough. There you go.
And every single boss in this game is different, so you'll never use the same strategy twice.
Oh, sneaky. You thought you had it, but you didn't. That's kind of neat, though.
It's a
That
little
window
weird.
is so small.
I would personally love to know how this character works in the movies, because if somebody started eating Sean Connery's hair or something as a way to teach him a lesson, I'd love to see that.
The old adamantium munchers. It's an underutilized villain scheme, but apparently effective.
Yeah, and looks like Chill Dragoon has made quick work of Jaws and is off to another maze with folks wearing tactical equipment, I believe, at this point. So again, another escalation.
Now they'll take 6 punches or bullets instead of 4, maybe.
I believe
Low health scenario going on. Fumbling with switches. What is the combination to hear the magic noise?
And Maya coming in with a little known fact about how Sean Connery's hair is whiskey and cotton candy flavored. Very nice to know. I'm not going to acknowledge that you made that up. That is now canon to me. And JSR going on to say that Jaws is an assassin from 2007 movies, The Spy Who Loved Me, and Moonraker. Moonraker I've never even heard of. In the first movie, he's a terrifying villain that survives many assaults that would kill most. In the second, he's basically immortal. He survives an exploding space station. How does one do that? I'd love to see that movie just to see that.
With good teeth, obviously.
They
That's
must
all you
have.
need.
Do they have rocket fuel in there to help to propel him through the atmosphere to save him? I'd like to know.
Yeah.
I don't understand. Maybe they prevent his head from exploding from the vacuum of space.
Yeah.
A good jaw could go a long way in that case.
Just the one weakness, magnets. But strong magnets, though, apparently. That's pretty industrial. I don't know what scenario you need to line up that many magnets specifically. what part of the factory or whatever that is, but and why he would be there. Of all the places for you to be, Jaws, there were so many other spots you could have been.
Right?
His own worst enemy.
It reminds me very much of The Brave Little Toaster, if you've seen that movie before, at the car wrecking yard, where there's a terrible evil magnet. That's what they needed in this part to get Jaws. None of this button pressing, spontaneous pattern nonsense. They needed that guy to come and make that man become a cube like they do in that movie. It's terrible.
I do remember that movie exists, and I can picture the toaster, but any details other than that, I got nothing.
It seems like MegaRetroMan has figured out the odd job fight tactic. So found that shield.
quick.
Yeah, good work on that.
Might have taken a bit to acquire the shield, but immediate good use. Yeah, so many little side steps and things. Oh, you didn't have the egg, or little things here and there that just trip up your progress. And as someone who's playing Ocarina of Time and just played through the water temple, I kind of feel that, where you just don't make that one turn at the right time. You think you're making great progress, and you got to backtrack and waste all that time in a race scenario that cannot feel good for them. But oh, these enemies on Chill Dragoon's side are also not very forgiving. Back to more switches.
Yeah, and it seems as well like some of the playing field is starting to level out. We've got CrystalSaver and MegaRetroMan at least in the same area, still a ways behind Chill Dragoon with a very large lead. But Skateman is catching up too, though, in the secret base, fighting through the hallways of doom, on the way hopefully to some success as well.
Yeah, what took a little bit of time in Marrakesh is definitely not seeming to be an issue for everything else. This was what they were waiting for the whole time. This seems to really suit their play style, but checking all the right spots to get the items, not spending too much time. Mostly great angles on the fights. Like, I noticed they really haven't taken much damage throughout. I mean, that was a cheap shot. Unfortunate timing. Commentator's curse, probably, but other than when I'm talking, they're doing a great job on their health management.
Yeah, gosh, how dare you? Cursing. Poor Skateman.
It's kind of a running gag. If you've ever seen any Mike Tyson's Punch-Out tournaments, you don't want me to be the commentator. I just have the uncanny way of finding the right thing to say at the wrong time, you know?
Well, I mean, I've seen what you've done to Mr. Sandman, so I'm certainly well aware of all of your evil powers.
It was meant to be squeezed, and you know it.
I love that. It's so funny. And CrystalSaver is also onto the way of attacking Oddjob, firing off some good torpedoes, rockets, to no success, switching quickly back to the shield, the giant cookie, however you choose to think about it.
I guess I'm seeing it more as a donut, or a terrible chocolate chip cookie with only one chocolate chip.
That's a big honkin' chocolate chip, though, on the bright side.
Indeed. Or maybe it's like one of those sugar cookies where they got like the little filling kind of in the middle. Anybody else hungry all of a sudden?
I'm always hungry.
Yeah, badooms.
But peak freens are so good. I used to peel out the little strawberry bit in the middle and eat it, and then not really want the rest of the cookie. I just wanted the little gummy piece in the middle.
Oh, yeah. You know, I like that Saver was not only throwing hats, but also rifling a few shots off as well in hopes that would work, so really well done, making sure no stone left unturned on that one. We're left with a provocative pose and one more shot for good measure. Good job, Saber. Just in case, you know. Don't let that pose fool you. Fire again.
Yeah, for all we know, Oddjob has about 18 different final forms.
This is it, and that's why you cannot use those lifelines too willy-nilly. You never know.
The big question is, will MegaRetroMan decide to use a hint tonight? Because he's still got all of them.
I don't know what I'm rooting for at this point.
Yeah, do we want to see him come through and not even need any help, or would we like to see him come on in maybe ask for a little push. Although everybody does have some hints left.
Did
Skateman still
Mega
got.
just blow up those 2 enormous boulders with a punch?
I think he might have.
That punch really is strong, isn't it? I was assuming there was an item or something he needed. That was ridiculous.
He's a beast.
I love it.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
beast. That fist must be made of something so strong. Diamond fists.
Yeah, to heck with you, Jaws, and your adamantium munchers. There, you got old Diamond Fist McGee here, just swinging away.
Who is
That's
it
right,
with-
we got another McGee.
Another Mickey, it would seem. Was it the exploding pen? Was that what that was? So it wasn't a punch at all then, eh? It was the...
It was a pen.
Might have been one of Q's items.
I didn't see the switch over. It looked... Maybe the item was like right beside the fist or something, and then when you use it, you just go barehanded or something. But yeah, to me, it just looked like he just punched it, and it worked.
I mean...
Well, thank
it's
you
not-
for clearing that up.
It's not too far of a stretch, right? Given where we are, what we're doing
Yeah.
here.
Pretty much.
Like punching people with rocket launchers to death. Not exactly realistic, but there it is.
Yeah, and the British spy who's Captain America. I mean, we don't need actual logic in these moments, you know? It's weighing us down.
Totally. CrystalSaver showing all of those guards, no time of day, just punching while walking, shoving his way through.
Good old Shovey McGee, CrystalSaver.
Okay, not everybody can be a McGee.
Okay, that's the last one.
No, I'm just kidding. I kind of enjoy when everyone's a McGee. It makes it feel like family. They're all on the team of wrong anyway, so.
The McGee spy family goes back many generations.
Indeed. Rivals with the Bonds. Are there many Bonds? Just James Bond, right?
As far as I know, I'm a pretty filthy casual when it comes to the series, so I don't know if it's he's inherited the right to be in the British spies, or how it all came down that he even became. But on Saver.
Oh my
Oh my God! What
goodness.
is going on down the bottom right?
Childragoon has found a machine. There's always some kind of evil machine in these games, huh?
Yeah. Are we playing RoboCop now, or what is happening? I'm loving it though. Oh, it's got a fast charge like Super Smash TV here. Oh boy. Just something you can't avoid. You just got to tank the hit. Robo McGee.
Robo McGee with fire, rocket fuel inside, ignited. That doesn't seem like good use of anything indoors here.
Went from Mutoid Man to Rocket Pack to... Oh boy. Well, that was a fun fight. Now, is she chilling out near the rocket or tied to that rocket? I wasn't able to tell. Just hanging out?
Tied to, I believe. So your goal is to try to save her from getting sent off into space?
But that's
Wait,
a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I
Who would
know.
Who would turn that down?
I agree. This part does get quite tricky though, and you'll see why coming on up. It's very, very fun here. Lots of different types of things to avoid that you haven't seen before. The game really kind of takes a turn.
Oh, can't tank it with the new mirror shield.
All will become clear.
Ooh, a little shot to the side. We got a rocket launcher. We got a shield. This is kind of reminding me of Secret of Evermore in a way.
Right?
When you're up in the above tunnels, you got your bazooka going.
All we need is a trusty dog sidekick, and we'd be right back in that game.
Every game needs a trusty dog sidekick. Poochie McGee. That's what we need.
Oh no. When
Oh,
you-
immediately lasers.
Always with lasers. When you played Secret of Evermore, what did you name your dog? Or have you played it yet?
I've played through it a few times, but it's been it's been a few years in between each playthrough. I'm not really sure what I called Poochie McGee last time.
Well, if there's another playthrough in your immediate future, I think you know the dog's name.
We all do now, yeah. Another side hit, scary health. All right, yeah. I was wondering about the med kit scenario. Ooh, just tanking a few hits immediately. You got ground lasers. You got frickin' sharks with frickin' laser beams on their heads up here. It's everywheres. Can't get away.
There's a lot going on there, and I think a pretty good strategy there is to have both, to double fist the shields, and I see that Chill Dragoon has just figured that out.
Okay, so you got your regular bullet shields. You got your moon laser shields. All right, all right.
If you're anything like me, you forget which button is assigned to which one, and you eat
That's
lasers and
gonna
bullets.
I could see that happening as soon as you said it, yeah.
I don't know. There's only 2 buttons, but I could never keep it straight. I really struggled in this part quite a lot.
Well, it's like having the same item, but not, you know. That's going to get confusing.
I am mesmerized
Wow.
by the lasers.
Yeah,
There's
how do
so many.
can you strafe in this? Well, that didn't seem to work.
There's occasionally an opening there, I think, but it doesn't seem to have a very predictable pattern.
No. Oh, my goodness.
Run,
Wow.
Chill.
My apologies to every other runner right now. I am just totally drawn to that laser hallway. But we found another rocket, and poor MegaRetroMan is getting bombarded in the blasting rock maze right now, along with Saver. And Skateman, I think, has made some great progress here in a very short amount of time, now that I'm seeing that they're at the tank maze.
Oh yeah, definitely catching up quick.
Yeah.
Will it be quick enough? We'll see.
Darn you, Marrakesh. If you weren't such a convoluted large area, maybe Skateman had a chance to really make something interesting in a short amount of time here at the end.
Well, there's been so many opportunities for people to pull ahead and fall back and get stuck and then suddenly break away. It's been a pretty exciting race overall, I would say. I've really been enjoying watching, again, all of the different strategies that people have kind of taken, trying to get through the different obstacles here.
Okay, we got the shield bazooka combo. Oh, too many sideways hats going on. Darn. Soon as they saw the boss, they never really had much of a chance to figure much out there, so rough job for Skateman. Fortunate.
I wonder what those hats must be made of, if they're made of saw blades. They definitely have a large brim.
It could be like that Mortal Kombat character. It's got the metal razor edge around the brim of the hat.
That's the guy.
You know,
with the
Hattie Laser Hat McGee. Yeah.
the guy with the fun hat whose name I never remember.
Yeah, you know the one.
There's a clip of me playing Mortal Kombat 3 against my husband where I chose that guy because of his hat. Because I didn't know any of the other characters. I played a lot of Mortal Kombat 1 and he promptly destroys me with Sector.
And there you go. And also, speaking of destroying, we have Chill Dragoon destroying this game in just a little over 3 hours. GG. great
GG.
job all around.
So the question will be if Chill Dragoon picked up the marble, which is an item that will give a secret special ending.
Oh,
Doesn't
that's what
look-
the marble is.
Yeah, didn't look like he picked up the marble.
Now, I did just want to let you guys know we have an official finish of 3 hours, 3 minutes, 44 seconds. And joining us in chat will be our winner tonight, Chill Dragoon. And I would love if we could get some insight on his run and his mindset going through the game, and maybe just sit around and hang out with you guys for the rest of this 30-minute sudden death beginning, well, about 10 seconds ago. So good luck to the other 3 runners. Congratulations and GG's. Chill Dragoon on a very impressive run.
Yeah, GG.
Definitely some expert gameplay there. Watching how you tackled everything was mesmerizing at times, and it just seemed like you had such a knack for problem solving here. Really good work there.
Right, so yeah, we're gonna drag Chill Dragoon into the channel, I believe, possibly muted.
Possible, maybe AFK after the game. I mean, hey, you win a
That is true.
race. Sometimes you have to celebrate.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. Well, whenever you're ready, Chill Dragoon, we are ready for you. But yeah, that was good.
Sounds good.
Hey, there you are. Hey, GG, Chill Dragoon, congrats.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a tough one, but it was fun-ish. The mazes got really annoying, but that's the same with all those types of games.
Well, see, I'm surprised that you went to the mazes and that you weren't cursing either Blackjack or the Desert Scorpions, personally.
Yeah, I know my luck at gambling in general, so I figured that was going to be bad.
Well, you definitely pulled through eventually, which is what the important part is. And those 2 parts of the game, I think for all of the runners this evening, were particularly difficult and were definitely places where a lot of folks got hung up. So to see you kind of bust through there and really, really do such a good job with so much of the game, just totally flying through some sections where folks were having a real hard time. It was really good to see some clever approaches for some of those problems there.
Thanks. Yeah, I ended up taking advice and ended up drawing a map, so that helped out with the desert portion at least. It still was a lot of trial and error, but oh well.
Well, I would say a 3 hour and what were we at? 3 hours about, say? That's a really great time for a first time playthrough. So a phenomenal finish in my opinion. I was saying not too long ago, I played this game probably for about 8 hours casually, getting stuck. So yeah, it was like a work of art at times, especially with the odd job fight. I was blown away at the intuition to try the shield first, because a lot of other people I haven't seen try that straight out. So it was really great thinking on your part to try that.
Sweet. Yeah, I got my butt kicked so easily in the first one, I figured I'd try and at least see what the shield would do. Because that first fight was not good.
Well, on that note, do you have, after walking away from this, were there any weapons that stood out as a favorite at all, or were you just a big fan of the shield when it finally came along? Because by that point, as we can see, poor CrystalSaver literally getting bombarded right now. So, any favorites?
Probably the machete, just because it was easy to just run in after a while of getting frustrated of other things not working. Yeah, in terms of the guns, the machine gun was handy, just because it goes through people so quickly.
Yeah, that triple burst.
So, in terms of your experience with games like this, have you played much else in this vein? In terms of like a top-down adventure game with some fetch questing?
Yeah, I don't know. I have what some people online would consider garbage taste in video games, so I'll play pretty much anything. So yeah, I've just played a lot of random stuff throughout the years. But I have a tendency to like pretty much everything, so at least for... I mean, this game's not bad, but I've played like some similar games that are a lot worse, and those are still fun to go through.
I was thinking watching this whole time that I would probably be terrible at a game like this, just the way it is, the way I'm stingy with items and everything else. But you seem to just have a real knack for knowing exactly when to hold on and utilizing that machete a lot. And then, yeah, you just saw certain hallways where it was time to switch to a gun. And yeah, it was just great work all around. Every runner seems to have had a couple moments that don't really fit their play style, different areas with little hang-ups, but overall, great performance from you.
Thanks.
So, in terms of any advice you would give to anybody playing this game casually, is there anything that you might say to someone wanting to play this game?
Yeah, if you can, look up a guide ahead of time. Yeah, I'm still kind of annoyed that I missed the item to bypass a lot of that fetch quest portion in Marrakesh. But oh well, that's how it goes.
Well, I mean, in your defense, there's a lot of different things that need to be traded and going on, so I wouldn't beat yourself up too much on that one, eh, Hungry?
Oh, yeah, definitely not. I think given the circumstances and given how much goes on in that one section, it's definitely the hill that needs to be climbed to get into what is kind of like the coast through the rest of it in many ways. So I think given how tricky that was and how difficult it was, you did a great job there. And I was going to ask too, are you a fan of James Bond? And if so, did you find anything in this game particularly amusing, or any parts of this game that you felt maybe as a fan that were exciting or funny?
Not particularly. I honestly don't really watch a whole lot of movies, and I think I've maybe seen 2 James Bond movies throughout my entire life. So I know of Jaws and Odd Job just because of GoldenEye 64, pretty much, and I don't even think I've seen the movies that they were in, so I got nothing there, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was saying a while ago that I have not seen any James Bond, and I really felt that the game stood as a good thing all on its own. Even if you're not a fan, there's enough here, I think, to be interesting and kind of fun, regardless. So,
Yeah.
would you say you liked this game overall, even though it gave you some trouble?
Yeah, because I mean, even if it wasn't in the race, I'd probably still end up playing similarly to how I did. I might take a few things more cautiously, but I've been ranking all the games that I've been beating throughout the past couple years, so I'm actually kind of debating on where this one's going to end up going. It'll probably be somewhere in the mid-range. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, we were discussing how much just even the backdrops are so nice. Everything just seems like it's aside from maybe Marrakesh being a little bit difficult to know exactly where to go next, but after that it seems good layout for the hallways, a few quote-unquote unfair sections and different things, but for the most part the game is pretty good for giving you the resources that it needs and stuff like that, so I was really enjoying it personally.
Yep, I'm looking forward to checking out the video for this after everything's done, just to see how everything was going.
I would say you were probably in the lead for most of the game. There were a few parts where people definitely started getting close to your heels, like the casino, the desert as well. A few folks were able to gain a little bit of ground there, but for the most part, you were definitely out in front the majority of the time.
Yeah. Now that being said, was there any moment, just if you can think back, where were you thinking, "Oh no, I've got to be falling behind because of a certain section"? Were there certain spots that made you feel nervous about that?
Literally the entire game.
Fair enough.
Started off and I was wandering around the first, well, after the first level, I was wandering around the city for a while, and I was just like, I've got no idea where I'm going. This is not going to go well, but apparently it did, so it was good at least.
Well, for what it's worth, it certainly seemed like you had some very good intuition quite often. Just put it together pretty quick. And not even just compared to other folks here, because like Gruntiatus was saying, everybody kind of played to their strengths, and some people got on better with certain parts better, but just watching you go through motion after motion and just hit ball after ball out of the park, it was really cool to see. And I played this one pretty recently and got really stuck in a few places that you just immediately seemed to know what to do. So I was like, wow, that's really great.
And still, these health bars just do not seem forgiving in the later game as well. So those, I was trying to ask how many health packs do they have? Because you're getting a quarter of your health taken away at all times. But yeah, it was really well navigated.
Yeah, those rockets, even with the shield, they just tear through your health.
What did you think of that? One of those final hallways where you see the never-ending string of lasers, and I saw you trying to maybe angle your mirror shield or whatever it is, and they just weren't stopping.
Yeah, that did not seem fair. But,
No, not at all.
yeah, I'm glad I had enough of the heavy vest to just plow through it.
Yeah, I was genuinely confused. You know, like, what are you supposed to do right now?
Yeah,
That
it
was
makes sense
terrifying.
that you could strafe while you're holding it or something, but it's you just hold it in front of you.
Yeah, it's the one place where a diagonal positioning would have really come in handy. It's really tough to get through that whole section. I loved the dual fisting of the both shields just running through that section. And I was saying to Grunt on the way that even keeping the button straight about which shield's in which hand, A or B, would be tricky. I couldn't even imagine in a race scenario with the pressure on, right? You don't know if anybody's right behind you.
Yep.
I think I would have probably panicked and died a lot.
Yeah, I was super glad that I didn't during that last part, because I would have lost a lot of steam, unfortunately. It would have been a little deflating.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely see that you've got your 3 passwords up, or names, sorry, to be able to go play some more card games. Is that something you think you might do to relive the wonders and the beauty of the casino?
Probably not. I've got apps on my phone for that. Terrible gambling addiction.
Well, I learned how to kind of understand what Baccarat was today. No idea before that, but that was just so nerve-wracking to see. And saying I can't even imagine anybody who decides to speedrun this. We hope there's a manip for that casino, because that was not forgiving.
Yeah, I was trying to putz with it because I wasn't 100% sure, but it seemed like if you go into the blackjack and then just quit out after the first hand, like you usually win the first hand and then go from there. But or maybe that was Baccarat. I don't remember. One of them. Either way.
Okay, I didn't even pick up on that, so that's interesting.
Yeah, that initial slew of going to the window, getting the $1,000, and then immediately losing it, packing it up, going back to the window, rinse and repeat over and over. I felt for you so much there. because it is not on your side. And if there is a pattern there, I didn't catch it either, but good that you were able to pull through eventually. I loved the throwing it all in and crossing all your fingers approach, because I think that's genuinely the way to go.
Yeah, I wasn't having any luck otherwise.
So we've got just about 15 minutes left of the 30-minute countdown timer here for the remaining competitors to hopefully cross the finish line.
Yeah, and a couple close competitors going on, but I'm still really impressed with Skateman, how well they are able to just make quick work here after that one initial hang-up they had. They're really breezing through a lot of this.
Totally, yeah. We've got two folks in Russia, it looks like. And we've got Skateman going up against Saddam. Soon enough, anyway.
Tough fight.
Out of all of the bosses, Chill Dragoon, was there any of them that you thought were particularly fun to figure out or unique? Anything you hadn't seen before?
The Jaws fight actually was kind of amusing. I'm just glad that he didn't do more damage than he did, because I got my teeth kicked in a few times.
There's nothing quite like having somebody pick you up and eat you in the middle of a video game, in such an amusing way too. That fight definitely makes me laugh, and all of the boss fights are all just so uniquely formulated, and nothing is quite the same twice, so it's keeping you on your toes a little bit. What did you think when that giant robot turned out at the end?
That was unexpected. I was figuring that was what the mirror was going to be used for, and then that didn't work. So just had to shoot it to death like everything else.
Did you happen to pick up on the fact that your fists were almost as strong as single bullets and almost as strong as machete chops? Because it's kind of funny that they're all equally effective.
Yep, it's like 4 hits per everything. The machete was just mostly nice because you had a little bit more reach, but or at least it felt like it. I don't know if that's actually true or not.
It seems like it though, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a benefit to be using it. And I also enjoyed the approach of a little bit of melee and a little bit of distance attacking there, like alternating between them. Because, like you were saying there, even with the shield up, you can't block any of those rockets. You can't really do too much to really protect yourself in the later game. So I think you had some really great strategy in terms of knowing when to kind of switch it up and brute force your way through. I loved especially the punching while running through the hallways tactic, which made me laugh. I was always someone who would try to kill every enemy for the drops and try to keep my medkit stash up in things, but it seemed like your way worked as well.
Yeah, it was kind of mean that they had the explosives that could drop and just hurt you.
Yeah, we were talking about the cube betrayal and how horrible it must feel when you're hanging on to your last sliver of life and just take a chance and end up eating some more damage for breakfast.
Now, did you think they were sugar cubes as well? Because I've been calling them sugar cubes.
No, but it fits. I just assumed they were generic pickups.
Yeah. Any stage in particular stand out, just looking back on, or are you hoping to forget all of them at this point and move forward?
It wasn't too bad. Tibet was interesting. It was frustrating walking out of a cave and realizing that I had walked all the way back to the beginning. But yeah, just going around that one was actually kind of amusing.
That's where Grunt's favorite NPC was, that large lumbering guy partway up who's actually your friend.
And the weird costume.
And it seems like we've got CrystalSaver and MegaRetroMan pretty much neck and neck. MegaRetroMan just making his way to the Jaws fight here, about to get chewed up.
Yeah, the window on this is so small to even get Jaws to that area. Good work there, though. See how Saber fares. Went for a turnaround bazooka blast, but unfortunately just not able to hit any of the buttons just yet. I don't think he's... Oh, there we go. And his reward for figuring it out was too small of a window. And not able to get it there. Poor Skateman is now getting bombarded in the who knows where those things are going to drop section. I do like this Skateman, the color palette again. It's drawing my eye, but during that that section with all of the holes in the ground, the fire shooting up, just kind of nice. You don't need it for this game, but it is kind of cool to see just the little extra with the color palette. Well, what does everybody out there in chat feel at the moment? Are you thinking Saver, or are you thinking MegaRetroMan are going to be the one to finish first for the... Finish second, I guess, but finish first between the two? Should we get a poll? A prediction?
We gambling?
I think maybe a little gamba for everybody could be an alright idea, because this is close. And already before the poll is up, we got a vote for Mega Crystal Retro Saver Man, so everybody's favorite fifth contestant.
Indeed, and looks like there is a prediction in chat. If anyone wants to participate with channel points, feel free to throw in some points. Get in on the gambling fun.
And they both have their volume up at least. Mine was too quiet. I didn't hear that that actually gives you an audio cue when you have the right combination.
Oh, so you were just lucky in that you just went to go check the doors and see if they had opened?
No, I had it too quiet, but I was starting to hear stuff after messing around with the second one. So then I had to go back to the first one and make sure that that was actually set, because I ended up turning up my volume at that point.
Because yeah, that is definitely... It doesn't really have much of a pattern or anything intuitive, so... Glad you figured that out sooner than later. And everybody with the armor right now, super tanky.
That map.
Man. Ooh, that health is concerning for me right now. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just going to say that map that MegaRetroMan is looking at reminds me of one of the GoldenEye stages where you've got to photograph the map and you need some kind of key card. And I threw it on the ground by accident and then ended up, for some reason, pointing my camera at the floor, and then all of my controls changed on the N64 and I could not look up again. So I just spent all of this time staring at the ground, unable to figure out how to fix it, and had thrown something on the ground and couldn't pick it back up again. And it was a nightmare. So that's what that map reminded me of.
You just have the best experiences with certain games, don't you?
I tell
There's a
ya-
glitch to find.
FPS games and I don't mix. That's why I really like this game as an option for James bonding, because it is a lot friendlier to people like me who can't keep that many buttons on a large controller straight.
Alright, the long hallway walk on Saver. More hallway, there we go. Sure is an awful lot of hallway with not many rooms to find in this, this particular spot. I don't know who the engineer was. It's like a lot of wasted space to me.
And no windows.
Great tile work, though. Oh, and a death on Saver. All right. Well, we are getting down to 4 minutes and 20 seconds. That was not meant to be a meme. That actually just worked out. 4:20 left on the clock for our runners getting down. Are we going to see the space station? What's going to happen? Will Skateman make it into the fancy tile work in that short amount of time? Now, Kill Dragoon, were you utilizing a notepad a lot? Like, I know some of it seems fairly straight, but even in a late section like this, were you still trying to make a few notes, or what was the plan at this point? Were you just kind of running around?
Yeah, it was. I pretty much used the notepad just for the desert, even if it didn't look like it was helping out much. But yeah, aside from that, I just have a tendency to bash my head against the wall until something works. So I was just trying to rush through it as much as I could.
Yeah, try as I might watching this, like I'm just seeing Saver run around. I'm like, I don't remember where he was supposed to go next. But oh, there's switches. Yeah, I probably would have done the same thing as yourself, just kind of brute force my way through most of it. But that's why I'm probably better suited for just talking into the microphone and not even attempting to be a contestant. For maybe a game like this. I don't know. It did look like a lot of fun, even though I'm pretty sure I would be just absolutely terrible at this game in particular.
I think you should do it. I think you'd be great.
Well, still lots of Lifeline episodes to come up in the future, and remind if anybody is new, hasn't heard me say it before, we do have our application section, so if you've been having a good time with this and you'd like to be a part of it, by all means, join up. Maybe you'll face off against me. Who knows? But just under 2 minutes remaining. Who is going to have the most progress? Who is going to take down the illustrious Gamba that we had going? Who's taking second place? Okay. I'm waiting to say it's robot battle time, but the text is not ending here. Just let them fight the robot game. Alright, there we go. Short work being done by Saver with some really well-placed rocket shots. Wow, that was fast. That was quick. Now we see a little different approach, loving the grenade. It has seemed to be pretty powerful, maybe just as powerful. I didn't notice that if the grenades and the rocket launcher might be the same damage or not, actually.
I believe they are. It's just the grenade, you have the bonus of going over stuff.
Yeah, I only noticed that actually when you had done that in Russia, kind of arching it over some of the containers. I was like, oh, I thought maybe it was just straight down. But yeah, that's definitely a really good perk. And MegaRetroMan thinking better than to test his luck with that, checking the other location, and finding out that there are no lasers now. So, tutorial done. Now for the fun parts here. You had one section in particular. My goodness, Dragoon. It was floor lasers, electricity, shooting lasers coming in. You just had no escape. Thankfully, you had enough med kits to get through, but seemed a little unfair to me.
And we've actually just heard that we're going to go into sudden death overtime, since we have two folks that are pretty much neck and neck here, CrystalSaver and MegaRetroMan. So we are going to hold out here and see who can come in second and finish the game again.
Yeah, they are both super close. It's I know I'm interested to see. I'm all in. Sorry if that's too soon, Dragoon, after your terrible gambling experience to say all in. Sorry.
I would also say that I would watch this game 4 times in one night and not get tired of it. So I'm also highly invested in seeing who can pull off the second place and third for that matter.
Oh, and there was that section. We just saw MegaRetroMan get away from that corner that was a little bit of a... Oh, the ankles. Oh, dear. MegaRetroMan's ankles are just shattered from that bombardment right now.
Yeah,
Okay,
this is
coming
not
in.
an easy section.
Okay, little trial and error. Maybe this will be a chance for Saver to catch up, or will Saver also get the treatment? Getting
The
on
ankle
laser. Nope, go ahead.
I was just going to say the ankle treatment at the spa is sold out today. Looks like MegaRetroMan has caught on to the dual shield wield.
Not mixing up which shield is which just yet.
I think I might be the only person who has mixing up shield disease.
Oh, I would have been there with you. And here comes the fun hallway. Time to balance out the ankle pain with some rib shots here. Trying to see what the ticket is. There's no diagonal, there's no strafe.
I swear there are occasional openings there, but they seem to be unpredictable. At least to my novice, untrained eye.
Does seem like, yeah, it slows down, but I mean, I don't know exactly how many. And doesn't look like our friend in the retro community, Slackinator, would be attempting this as a damageless run anytime soon, just because of this one hallway. There we go, going for the tank, the hits. Oh, med kit, can you get it in time? Got it in time, tanking a few more. There we go.
MegaRetroMan has taken a death as well, so he's back at the beginning of this section.
Oh, I missed it too. I was watching Saver tank those hits. And yeah, chat saying it. That was a costly section because got to do the whole laser switches all over again once more.
We'll see if CrystalSaver can hang in there.
Saver with a little bit of patience. Yeah, waiting for that shot before going for the switch.
And possibly, if Saver picked up that marble, we might get to see the secret ending.
I know one of our runners has the marble. I want to believe it's Skateman. But I'm not sure about the others.
I know I carried it with me the entire game and never realized what it did until the YouTube comment section when someone filled me in.
Oh, okay. Well, especially with just kind of being casual about Bond and not knowing, like, I don't get the reference. So.
Well, and the other thing too is if you only ever beat the game once, then how are you going to know?
True.
How will you know there's a different ending?
Haven't stopped all the missile launch sequence. Uh-oh. Saver. Uh-oh. Not home free yet. Where you gotta go? Ooh, couple hits from the big lasers.
The laser massage?
It did look like a massage. Oh, was that it? No. Seeing that he was there, I believe you were also in this room. Is it up or down? Is it up or down? What questions is... What are the questions? The poor CrystalSaver. Did I activate it? Did I not activate this one? Okay, I think he's double checking. He sees that one was down as well, so maybe believing that down is the way to go. When it comes to your missile switches, I mean, we all know righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, but, you know, they just don't teach you the missile sequences. Oh, there we have it. That's one more. Is it the last one?
That's what I was just wondering. I've forgotten how many there might be, if there's a fourth. And Skateman is just making his way through the Jaws fight, getting nommed.
Okay. There we have it. GG's to CrystalSaver. That one death from Chill Dragoon. And another in that darn hallway right there. But GG's. Wow, really close to the end. And I'd love to say it again. Skateman really poured it on at the end. If it wasn't for Marrakesh, this could have been super close.
Indeed. GG's to CrystalSaver. MegaRetroMan right behind.
Yeah, great job.
Congratulations to our second place finisher, CrystalSaver, who will be joining us in the booth in just a short moment. We're going to let MegaRetroMan finish up, and then we'll see where Skate is, if we can let Skate finish as well. We'd like to let all four of the runners finish, so we'll see how Skate's feeling and go from there. How are y'all feeling? This has been exciting.
Oh yes, a very exciting round this evening. Some really close competition, some really fierce competition at times as well. It's been such a nice time sitting and watching these folks just parse through all of this game's problems.
Seeing how each of the runners approached each of the puzzles in a different way. Definitely, everything that tripped up every one of these runners was different than what tripped me up, and probably what was different than what tripped you guys up. I think that's kind of what makes this game a little dynamic, and it does remind me a lot of like Legend of Zelda games in many ways. I know a lot of people will disagree, but I really found this game to be quite charming.
It's extremely endearing. And I would say you're chopping bushes down. You've got bombs everywhere, though you don't really use them the same way. There's a lot of parallels there, for sure. And the only thing that I think Zelda doesn't have on this game is a cute sprite with the disco dancing moves, which I would have liked to see a lot more in Zelda.
Oh yeah, some of those animations. I mean, what's the sumo wrestler dances while they're patiently waiting their turn to put you through the gauntlet. I mean, just too many good things in here.
Joining us now in the booth is our second place finisher, CrystalSaver, who had a tremendous run. GG's and congratulations, Saver. And I will let you guys talk about your run. Give us your thoughts on the game and how you feel you did tonight and all that good stuff.
Thank you. I felt like the game was actually fun. It was a little confusing at times to figure out which order to go. Like it's like LADX, the trading quest. You just got to go back and forth a lot of places. But once it got toward the end, oh my god, I have so many pages here of bubbles and lines going in every direction, and I'm starting to like map out everything. It's like the game just flipped its head a little bit on what it wanted to be. At first I'm like, oh yeah, it's just a quick explore some huts, some houses or something. And then it just turned into, you gotta navigate through this entire maze, and you gotta make sure that you don't backtrack by accident or something like that. Kind of remind me of Deadly Towers almost.
Yeah, it seems like in the back half of the game, it really pulls out all the stops and doesn't do the same thing twice very often. So you're absolutely right in that. And all to say too, you did some great work kind of navigating all of the changes that the game threw at you. Some moments where you were a little stalled and then kind of picked up some momentum again, and parts of the race where you were neck and neck for second and third place with MegaRetroMan there. So it was really cool to see you persevere. So congratulations and GG's on your win there.
Thank you. One thing that I have in the back of my head out of this whole run is near the end, there were like 3 lasers that kept firing. Did I like force my way through that for some reason? By like using up all my armor and like some med kits or something to force my way through those lasers?
Do you mean the hallway that had the 4 lasers? I think, yeah, if you had put on your vest, you could walk through there and not take on too many hits. I don't think you could avoid getting hit with just the shield.
Yeah, it felt like it was just, it felt like I was supposed to shut it off somehow, but I didn't know what to do, and I'm like, I don't know, I have all these armors I haven't used, this feels like the end of the game, might as well try to use it.
Yeah, it certainly just pours it on there, and I was thinking the same thing that you were probably thinking in that moment. It's like, was there a switch? This doesn't look like there's any openings to walk through, so I think you did the right thing, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't look like you could shield it either, so it's like, what do you want from me, game?
Yeah.
We just
And
also have a
we have
win.
MegaRetroMan just finished up as well,
Nice.
right there, so very close between the two of you. That was a lot of fun, but yeah, great job, Saber.
So Chill Dragoon finished first?
Yep.
I gotta look back at this whole video. I gotta look back at the streams and see just like, can you finish that far ahead? Like, I'm trying to think about like, what could I have done to go any faster? Like, should I have been skipping dialogue? Should I have been using the rocket launchers or the machine gun more often? There was one time where I looked at my inventory, I couldn't find any med kits, and I'm like, did I just accidentally use up all my med kits? And from then on, I was like very like cautious about using any of my like ammo and med kits from that point.
I had made a mistake when I played through of using up all my med kits and then saving and continuing and then being back at the beginning of a section and not having any health and thinking, oh no. It was the part with the tanks too, so it was really tricky. Although I did learn later that there's a part where you can go and farm enemies for them, but goodness, it was not a good mental health moment when I played through it, and I was just playing casually. I couldn't imagine that feeling in a race.
It's weird. And then the only other thing I could think of is the 50-50 hint I got. At first, I think it was like, go to the casino, go back to the catacombs or something to deliver the diamond. And I'm like, okay, the casino, it's right there. I'm going to go to casino. There is no way that you have to gamble so much in a Game Boy game to do it.
I owe you a personal apology, first off.
Oh, why?
But also, there actually is a key that you receive if you win. I think it's either 20 or 25,000. I'm not sure because I didn't do it. And you do get the key to the presidential suite. There's just nothing in there but health packs.
Yeah, don't worry, Saber. I gave him an immediate, why you do this, JSR? because I was like, no, you're not putting them back to the table. Oh, but you
Well,
had a
thank God.
really good win streak.
Yeah, that was cool.
At
That
the
was
very
really cool
end,
to watch.
it was nice. I'm like, I could do this. I could do. Wait a minute. JSO was very specific with those directions. I don't think he's lying about that. And that's when I just like, said, I'm out of here before even attempting to try to 25.
Also, just heads up, joining us in the booth now is our next finisher, MegaRetroMan, and GG's to you. An impressive run with 0 of the hints used, still able to compete. It was very fun to watch you play this.
Thank you. Yeah, this actually, overall, this wasn't a bad game. This is something I've obviously never played before. Yeah, obviously there were a lot of deaths that I took, and I'm just like, okay, how am I gonna do this? And that one hallway at the end was just like, okay. So, but overall, yeah, this was a lot of fun. Yeah, there's some spots where I got tripped up a bit, but overall, this game didn't, what to do and how to do things didn't seem all that difficult.
Yeah, I think a lot of the difficulty probably came from the fetch questing, especially in some of the larger areas, and you're not really sure, like, MegaRetroMan, I saw you get to Odd Job without the shield, and then die to him, so the thing is, when you kind of reach that spot, you think, well, do I have all the things I need, or am I missing something? Should I try the boss again? Should I go exploring? Like, there's so many different ways that you could have gone there. And it was really cool to see you find that shield and get back there and get her done. So nice work on that line of thinking.
Yeah, I figured, okay, going through the tanks and the arms area, it's like, I've pretty much, scrounged through everything that I could, but couldn't find anything that would, remotely be helpful. I mean, shoot, I was shooting rockets at the guy, and obviously it didn't work. So I'm like, okay, maybe I need to go back and find something. Then when I came up to that one enemy who was taking multiple hits, rather than normal, I was just like, this guy has something. And sure enough, he drops a shield, and I'm like, oh, okay, now it makes sense.
The number of you folks that were going around just bare fist punching people that were hitting you with rocket launchers was hilarious. And you all made me laugh so much.
Was there an easier way?
Probably rockets.
Yeah,
rockets or grenades.
if you're not squandering ammo, which I am part of the squandering everything consumable club, Gruntiatus and I were having that conversation a while ago and commiserating quite a lot about how much you're going to spend out, because you have to have some drinks to pour out after the final boss, right? You can't just use them all in the game. Who does that?
You never know when you're going to need them. And also, MegaRetroMan, thank you so much for not using any of the lifelines, because that also falls perfectly in line with the you never know when you're going to need them. Can't use them too soon.
Right, and and the fun of playing these games blind is like, okay, let's see if I can figure this out and not try and get any help with this. So, and I think other than the whole odd job bit, and the laser hallway, I think the biggest trouble I had was probably the black market, and like, okay, let's, you have to do all the trading and whatnot. But once I got to all that trading, it was like, okay, things are so much easier now. So, and I didn't know how long I was going to be in that casino. My Baccarat game is not strong.
I live in Las Vegas. I don't even know how to play that game.
Yeah, I just, with the rules that they gave you on this, I'm just like, I'm just gonna take guesses. I don't care if there's a way to do this. I'm just gonna guess.
Was that one of the things at the bottom that you can gamble on? Or was that at the very top?
That was the high
That was the
roller.
high rollers.
That is the high roller one, and they do have baccarat tables at the normal casino section.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened there. I'm just like, okay, just keep hitting player until I win, I think, right? And then I won. I'm like, okay.
There you go. How high were you betting though?
Well, in the
Betting
beginning,
at all?
no, I was betting actually very low in the baccarat table because I didn't have to stay there for that long. I think I only had to win like
okay.
3 times, and that's it. And that guy appeared, but I didn't know what I was doing. I'm like, oh, so do I stay here longer? And I'm like, I stayed a little bit longer than I left. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm done here. And then somebody told me, oh, you got to shoot this guy. Like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to be doing.
So I came across that little peephole at the baccarat table in the high roller section well before I made it into the presidential section.
Yeah, that was the very first thing I found.
Yeah, so I ended up, finding that, and I was like, okay, so I actually have to go into the high rollers area and play. So I went back to the casino, did that, and decided, okay, I think I'm done. Leave with, I think I had 11,000 left or something. And then suddenly there's this dude. And like, okay, who are you? And sure enough, this is the guy I needed to tranquilize. So I'm like, all right, easy.
Yeah, that was. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was blackjack the only way to get early money, or was there other games there that you could?
There were other games there. There was baccarat in the normal tables. I think there was roulette as well.
Red Dog.
Roulette you cannot play.
Oh.
Yeah,
you can't play roulette, unfortunately.
I just stuck with blackjack.
It was kind of interesting seeing the luck you guys had because Chill had a pretty substantial lead early on. But Chill had some of the worst casino luck outside of like what I experienced in my playthrough of this. Like you had, I don't know how many times you had to go back to the banker, and it wasn't even that you were doing anything wrong. You were just having really bad luck. And then Skateman, on the other hand, got it first try. So this is like unfortunate RNG that kind of dictates a little bit, and that allowed Mega and Saver to get very close to catching up to you. But that's kind of just the name of the game, right? Bond gambles a lot. That's James Bond for you.
RNG is a cruel mistress.
I
Believe me, I know.
I only saw like 10 minutes of a James Bond movie, so I didn't know what to expect. I was like, is this like the 64 version I played? Nope, not at all.
No.
Actually, fun fact, this was inspired by it. Nintendo had the license until middle of 1998. And after the success of GoldenEye, which they knew was going to be a good game, but they had no clue how big it was going to be. When it blew up, they said, oh man, we can't afford to renew this license, so we need to get another game out as soon as we can so that we can capitalize on it before somebody else snatches it up. And Game Boy was the easiest one to develop for, so they made it for the Game Boy. And I feel like they did a pretty darn good job for like a year of development time.
It was a pretty good game. It was really fun. The only thing that got me really confused was when I started using a satellite and I saw the cursor move in separate directions. So I thought I was trying to track somebody else as opposed to my own movement on the map. And I'm like, what's going on?
So the Sahara part, I don't know if you know, I never used my satellite. What I did was okay, yeah. So did you happen to picture like a XY graph?
Yep, the coordinates.
Yeah, yep. I did the same thing. So I'm just like, okay, so go this way that many times, go that way that many times, and lo and behold, there it is.
And then after that part, that's when I started trying these convoluted maps all over the place with like circles and lines connecting all the different paths. Because I think at that point, that's when you had to like explore a whole bunch of areas.
Mm-hmm.
It was so weird. Yeah, I was gonna use my lifeline so early in the game. I think it was like with the gold ring or whatever you had in the beginning. Like there was a guy locked up in a jail cell. And
yeah.
I talked to him. I'm like, okay, am I supposed to do something? I'm like, I found paper, I found this, I found that, and I'm like trying to use all my items on everybody. And then I think I used like I was about to type in the chat right as I used the gold ring on the key lock or whatever. I'm like, oh, well. So I was almost scared, like, oh no, I almost contacted JSR and I need help, but now I don't. What do I do? But I good thing I didn't hit enter right away.
Yeah,
be
no,
careful, he's only got a couple hits left. He did it!
There you go.
Wow! With a pistol. GG's. I think we're gonna have to let Skate finish. He's almost done.
Oh yeah, let him.
You guys
let him
go with a little
finish.
bit extra sudden death. Let him finish up.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah,
right
sounds
there.
good.
Let him finish. Yeah.
Plus, the way Skate has really put a charge on after the Marrakesh section, I'm really intrigued to see just the other play style coming through, and also that terrible 4-laser hallway. That seems to be interesting for everybody. So yeah, let's see it play out.
Yeah, he definitely had some bad luck early on with the trading sequence and some 4-time deaths, and got a little mixed up. His lifelines got him out of there, but he may have used them a little later than he probably should have, or whatever the case is, he's been charging hard ever since he got out of there.
Oh my god. So I just turned on the stream. This thing was in color?
Sort of. It's Super Game Boy.
God dang. I thought it was like, oh, this is just a Game Boy version. There's no color. Okay. Oh my god, it looks so much better in color.
It
Doesn't
does look pretty nice, yeah.
We also
I don't-
noticed that there are certain giveaways in the background that we didn't notice when we were playing through it, but there's, like, if you're not familiar with, like, for example, Super Mario Land, if you play it on Super Game Boy, there's a part where the background has a different color. It kind of gives you a heads up that there's a part of the ceiling that falls. The same thing kind of happened here. There were, like, different color bushes and different color rocks that you could see, that you could not see in the black and white version. We had no clue that was a thing until we saw it on Skate's screen.
Yeah, it looked like the rock that you had to use the pen exploder on was a completely different color than the rest.
Oh yeah, big time.
Yeah, I noticed those rocks were that they look different, and I was just like, huh, I wonder. And lo and behold, hey, they exploded.
I need a question answered if anybody knows the answer to it. There's this one guy that wanted to give me the underground pass for something valuable. Was that a red herring the whole time?
So the underground pass is actually an item, but there is a super hard to find. There's 2 secret items in this game. One is the marble. I'll come back to that in a minute because Skate actually, I think, picked it up. The other is a jeweled egg, a Fabergé egg, which is an Easter egg, no pun intended, to a part of the movie Octopussy, where Bond has to track down a Fabergé egg. If you find the Fabergé egg, you can trade it in the black market for an underground pass, which gives you a shortcut into the catacombs. The jeweled egg is in a secret passage in the rocks in the area before you get to Marrakesh, or whatever it's called, and you have to, it's an invisible passage, like think the Northeast Secret in Zelda 1, like that. You have to just find this invisible passage.
That's just rude.
But it's not enough of a shortcut where it wouldn't have made a significant difference. And to be honest, when I actually found the egg, because I was using a walkthrough, don't judge me. And it actually kind of made me the market area a little harder for me.
Oh, okay.
I'm just noticing that Skateman does not have any med kits.
I was just about to say that. Oh,
Is he gonna figure out how to do this? I think he might have an idea. He's gonna have to diagonal walk. See if he can do it.
You can diagonal walk?
You have to like walk down left here while you're holding the shield out. I don't know if he's figured it out yet.
I tried that before.
I was having trouble doing. I mean, I eventually got it, but I was having. Nice.
But he can only take one more hit, and he's got to do this entire sequence.
Yeah.
Wow, it was that simple.
Yeah, I didn't remember seeing diagonal walking at any point, so I can't judge anybody. I you pretty much need to tank some hits too.
I was trying to do that in the beginning. I kept getting pushed back, so I said, okay, that's not the answer. So what is? And I thought, like, you needed to flip the switches up and down a certain way. Like, there was 8 of them that you can flip up and down. Like, you know, some of them block your path of electricity. I'm like, do I have to go back to all those and find a combination that works? for these lasers, and I'm like, no, I'm just gonna brute force this if I can.
Yeah, I had a lot of trouble with the area skates in. I was also very tired and ready to go to bed. But I got the same thing that I think that happened to you, Saver, where you were missing the one switch. Except for I don't know how long it took you to find it. I was walking around here for like 10 minutes. I could not find it. I kept dying. So I struggled a lot with this stage.
Yeah, I kept looking at my map. I'm like, okay, there should be a node here that I might have not written down. So I tried to backtrack as close as possible. And hey, I missed one somehow.
Go back. Go back. Go back.
Oh, is he going the wrong way? Oh dear, go on!
Yeah,
Oh!
go back. To the right. No.
Oh, no, get away from
go
those.
back.
No!
Go back. No, no.
Well, Hungry. Wrong shield crew.
Yeah, he's part of the club with us.
One of us.
So did the mirror actually block like rocket launchers or something? Or is it just for this last stage?
Yeah, I think it's just for this last section, so it only blocks the lasers.
Oh, okay.
Wait, and no
Oh, you
health
didn't give
refill
him
to
a
start this? Ooh.
He didn't get his health back when he died.
I think it depends how
That's
he saved
rude.
it.
Oh no.
Because I noticed that he saved right before he went into the laser section, the 4 lasers in the hallway, so
Yeah.
I didn't pay attention to how he saved, but
You can never leave.
I hope he pushes through, because the other secret item is that marble that Skate picked up, and I don't think any of you 3 found it. The marble is the way to unlock the secret ending. Of course, this is a great James Bond game full of you get to see Moneypenny, M, Q, Jaws, and Oddjob, which, by the way, I loved those fights. But there's one more of the James Bond tropes that you probably didn't see because there is an ESRB, and that is that James Bond gets around like a record. And if you pick up the secret item, the marble, you get a implied special ending, so to speak. If you can fill in the blanks there. So if he's able to finish, I mean, it's still very much just implied, tongue-in-cheek stuff, but it's still, Bond. It's a Bond trope, and if you want to see that, you have to find the secret item.
my heart is pounding for him.
Yeah, this is an intense level. I think he'll get it this time, though. I think he's got it.
Does he have any vests?
No, he used them all to fight. He barely finished that boss fight. He had to use a pistol.
I was just gonna say I got wrecked really badly here too when I played. I think I had to walk through this section 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, when I heard somebody finish, it kind of tried to speed up to get to finish within the 30-minute mark because I didn't know how far, this game has to go left. And I'm like, why does it keep going? Why does it keep going? So I kind of forgot most of the bosses other than, I think it's Oddjob that you had to like shield his hats or something. After that, I'm like, anything you see, just try to kill as fast as possible.
Well,
was there any moments that stuck out to you guys in particular that really was like your favorite part of the game? Like, the reason I asked that is like I really enjoyed the Oddjob fight. I thought that was really clever and fun.
There you go. God, I don't know. The Jaws fight was, once I saw him get tripped up with those the steel magnets, that once I saw that he was getting stuck there, I was like, oh, okay, so this is how you do that fight. Favorite moments. I can't think of any.
I kind of like the stage to get before you get to Oddjob, where you have to actually go around without like your weapons and try to find weapons, but also find a shield and try to navigate your way through the whole entire maze. Like, I don't know, that part for some reason was fun, even though I kept dying. a lot.
I also really like the desert. I thought that was cool.
Desert just came and went for me. Except it's like, oh, I got canteen. Oh, I finally got water, and I got 6 water. What am I supposed to do? I tried using it. Nothing happened.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the desert
Yeah.
area is finished. I'm like, okay. I died randomly by changing screens, and I didn't see an enemy on screen. So I'm like, did I just die from like overheat? And I needed to use the canteens or something? But I couldn't figure out what to do with it.
What's funny was I went like I want to say I went over two screens to the right and 1 screen up, and suddenly I was dead. I'm like, wait a minute. 3 screens and I'm dead? How does this work? And then I died again when I actually made it to the spot that you're supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got to that screen and then suddenly I died, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna assume this is where I need to be, but I'll try it again and see what happens. The reason I died there was one of the scorpions got me on one of the screens, so that little bit of health that I lost went to that death. So,
Skateman really doing a great job, isn't he?
My abs
Oh,
are
let's go.
clenched right now. Watching
come on, you're
any
right
random
there.
laser from the floor, electricity spot. He's got to pay attention to everything.
Oh,
Come on, you're right. You're
on the edge
right
of my
there.
seat right now.
Oh, yeah.
Does he have the 4 activated?
I believe
I
so.
know.
Just gotta
Come on,
get
yes.
past
do it.
this.
Come
Diagonal
on.
walk, don't fail now.
You can do it.
Just
Yes.
one more. GG.
Nice.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
GG.
Nice.
Yo, get your GGs in chat, y'all. That was impressive.
Good job.
Clutch finish, and we should see the special ending as well.
I pretty much spit out my water when I saw this ending the first time.
Oh, well, here we go.
Joining us is Skateman222. Here come that boy with the clutch ending. Yo, GG's, man.
Yo, thank you.
GG.
GG's.
What a finish. That
Oh,
was amazing. Sorry, Marrakesh was so bad on you, but amazing
Yeah.
job from then on. You really
So,
plowed
Skate,
through it.
Can you do me a big favor and let's see the ending? Because you're going to get a different ending than the others did.
Oh, what? Really?
Yeah, because you found the marble.
Oh, interesting. Well
So the
done,
marble,
Bond.
it becomes a boat, and then you go on a boat.
And
a
then
pocket-
you have a Bond moment.
Bennett, Bennett.
Relax, darling.
British submarine.
So wait, what is that scene just not there at all without the marble, or is it replaced with something else?
You
I
don't
don't
get
know.
it at all.
I didn't actually get. I got the marble in my playthrough. What did you guys see that when you got your ending or no?
For everybody
No,
else,
I didn't.
for
Also,
everyone
why did
else,
they
they just walk
game
down the
over?
beach, and that was it. So with the marble, it's a pocket boat, essentially.
I wonder what marble stands
Dehydrated
for.
boats.
Wait, what is it?
Is that like those paper towels that you get like a little like cube, and when you get them wet, they like blow up into a full size beach towel or whatever?
What an age we live in.
It's like those little dinosaurs they used to put in water, and they'd get real big.
Yes.
Congrats. This is our first time on Lifeline where all 4 of our runners were able to finish. GG's. This was a very impressive group, and you all did outstanding. You should all be very proud.
Nice. Thank you.
Sweet, thanks.
Yeah, and Skateman, congratulations on covering so much ground. You got stuck in Marrakesh forever, and then totally worked so hard to pull up the rear there. It was really cool to see you just go through all of those motions and think everything through really quick. So nice work on that.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know. I was just getting really confused, and like the hints. I was like, go west of the hotel to find like the lab, and then I couldn't find the lab. I'm like, where is this lab? I must be misinterpreting it. and then I just tried my hardest to like use my speedrun brain with like saving quick strats to like get back to stuff as quickly as I can, and I guess it kind of worked a little bit. I don't know.
And we were all in awe at your casino prowess as well.
Oh, yeah, so I heard. Apparently that was extremely lucky.
It was phenomenal. We watched poor Chill Dragoon walk up to the teller about a bajillion times, and
Oh,
then
no.
you coasted in there, and I think, what was that, JSR? First try or something like that?
It
Was-
might have been second try, but I'm pretty sure it was first. Did you have to get your money back at all, Skate?
I never had to get my money back, but what I did was, so like I basically just got super lucky in blackjack to get enough to get into the baccarat room, and then once I was in the baccarat room, I thought I had to get like even more than the amount that I had. Like the guy already spawned, and I was still playing the baccarat to get even more, and I kind of like save scummed that because I noticed you can save your amount. So if you like lose a lot, you can just reload your save and get your amount back. So I kind of did that.
Yeah, that's a smart approach, because then you're not always getting kicked out. Because if you fall under the 2,500 and then you leave, you have to get back to 2,500 to get back into the high
Oh.
roller room. So a
Oh,
few
no.
of you, all of you circumvented that whole problem, because I was a fool when I played and I fell too low and left and then thought, oh my God. And then it took me forever to get back in there.
Oh jeez. And how much does the teller give you?
$1,000.
1,000. Oh, okay.
So GG's to all you. Congrats again, Chill Dragoon, on a very impressive run, and to all for you giving us this phenomenal showcase tonight and allowing us to see a game that not very many people know about, and that needs to change. I mean, I bet this is a great speedrun personally, but just in general, this was a game that flew under my radar as well. And thanks to Hungry Gorilla for playing through it and making it phenomenal. And I'm going to say it. I'm going to shout it out right now. Y'all need to go check out her review of this game. It's phenomenal. It's on YouTube. But opened up our eyes to it and allowed us to explore this game and present it to you folks, which you skillfully mastered without very much help at all. It was a great show, and you should all be very happy of your performances tonight. And we hope to see you guys again in a future episode, potentially.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun. I'd be totally down to do something like this in the near distant future.
It was
Yeah,
definitely
same
kinda
here.
Fun.
Same here. This was a lot of fun.
I kind of wish there was more places where lifelines were needed, but I think for the most part, it's just like, imagine we come back like a year later. It's like, okay, it's the rematch. All four of us have to do the same game.
Oh God.
I don't know. Thanks to JSR and you guys for putting this on. I feel like I have to now blindfold this, since it's another game I have on my list all of a sudden that I completed. So thank you.
I can't take the credit here. It was all my co-producer, Mea Copa, who has been keeping this show running, and it's been a lot of work that he's been doing behind the scenes to keep this going. So I want to shout him out for allowing Lifeline to not only continue, but be the great show that it has been. And also to you folks for running. And finally, to my wonderful commentators, which we do have to get this bad boy wrapped up. So I'm going to let our two commentators talk for a few moments as we prepare a raid target for you guys. But thanks everyone for participating and for watching. And I'm going to let you folks take us on out.
All right, well, I guess I'll go first. Thank you so much again, everybody, for your wonderful performances. And thank you, Grunt, for being a wonderful co-host. It's a shame we did not get to sing our great Log Drivers Waltz duet, but perhaps the Canadian special will make a triumphant return in the future. And I look forward to coming back around to the Speedrun Hall of Fame again as a viewer, maybe even as a future participant, ? Nobody knows. But I'll stop talking and let Grunt get a word in.
I'd just also like to thank everybody, and it was a fantastic Canadian co-commentary combo for everybody to hopefully enjoy. Yeah, maybe some point we'll get that Log Drivers Waltz just thrown in there smoothly. I mean, there's so many segues to sing the Log Drivers Waltz. I'm surprised we didn't tonight, but no, I had a lot of fun. It's like everyone in chat seemed to have a good time as well. GG again to everybody. Fantastic night. So we are going to send it on over to Willard J. Bradley Please stick around, show some love and support. And yeah, it was an amazing time. Thank you, runners. Thank you, JSR. And yes, definitely thank you, Maya, for an amazing job. Until next time.